Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I want 4 bike rides. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
That's why you stay in such great shape.
No kidding.
That's why, you know what, Lummy? While you and I are doing,
Getting
fat and sassy and
drinking and eating.
Drinking and eating and watching TV. Johnny Fitness is over there doing not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 bike rides over the weekend. Yeah, that's why he's Dan, and that's why we're fat asses, Lummy. And Dan is Dan.
That's right. He's ripped. Look at him.
Ripped, rugged, 6-pack, rich, big penis.
Anything else, Dr. Dan?
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Everybody, Tuesday, July 15th, 2025, myself, Lummy, Dr. Dan, the Macho Man, Seth returns tomorrow, okay? So if I feel as if I shouldn't have to say it every break, but it seems like some people are like, I know Seth quit, finally tired of Bubba's stuff. Bubba's a big fat ass, can't keep any talent, runs everybody away.
Neil Mount Plaisir, $100.
Man, you guys are pathetic on the level of hate that you have to the show. My Lord, if I hated something as bad as you hated me, it's almost mental. I mean, I know I'm mental. Please.
Shadow Panda, $10.
Do you go out of your way to watch Rachel Maddow or anything like that you can't stand?
Dan, I tell you one thing.
So you can text her and stuff.
So I can go to the Rachel Maddow, Reddit page and just totally just ruin make stuff, get so up, watch the show so intently that I know every little idiosyncrasy about her but dissect it into hate. But never miss a show, and
we would all insist that you were crazy.
Right.
At that point, you're nuts.
Yeah, you would say to me, you'd take me aside, and you've only taken me aside a few times in my life, but you have. Mm-hmm. When I've been obviously doing
something. You took me aside a couple times.
And I've taken you aside.
You have.
I've actually had meetings with you by the goats, have we not?
Yeah.
One time, Lummy, Dan was so, just kind of effing up and had his head up his ass that I said, Dan, you need to meet me over to the studio on a Saturday morning. And we grabbed lawn chairs and went out there by the goats.
Oh, wow.
And really had a really heart-to-heart conversation.
It's therapeutic.
And so Dan's had to do that to me before a couple times, and we've all had to do it. But if I just was just obsessed with Rachel Maddow, and Dan, you would see that I would just I would completely dissect every part of her life but I never miss a minute of the show. You take me aside and go, Bubba, it's really not healthy. you're showing signs of, oh my God, like you're crazy, like you're a bona fide nut job because you're putting so much time and energy into the hate of Rachel Maddow when there's so many other things you need to be worried about in life as a man than some stupid show that you don't like.
Dirt Merchant, $10.
I mean, the next step would be you walking around your neighborhood with a Kevlar jacket on, monitoring parking.
Oh yeah, there's a radio personality that does that. Have you seen that?
Psychotic.
Have you seen him?
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna. Everybody, if I mention the name, they all know. There's this little sawed-off radio personality.
It's like a lawn gnome.
That he doesn't live that far from Jay. From Steven, by the way. And did you know that?
Yes.
That's very close to Stephen. And he walks around and patrols the neighborhood. And one of his little videos had 34 views. I was looking at it a couple days ago, and it was he has this what he calls a weighted Kevlar vest on, but it's like a shooter's vest,
right?
And he was walking around the neighborhood.
He was in Pennsylvania a year ago.
Now here's the thing, Dan. In that area of Tampa, there's a lot of construction going on right now.
Right.
In fact, right beside Steve's house is this $22 million 5-story all concrete monstrosity.
Yeah, something Trump would build. It's right next door to Stephen.
Now here's
it's like the Trump Tower.
And Stephen breaks it down like this. Okay, it sucks because it makes my house look jobber, but I'll tell you what it does is it puts about another $300,000 or $400,000 on my house without having to do anything when you're next to that house.
Right. It ups the ante on the neighborhood.
Absolutely. It may, as soon as you walk out onto Steve's patio, you're like, man, there's the Hilton. Somebody built a Hilton beside you, Steve.
Yeah, and the guy's got a 55-foot center console.
And I heard
it's the biggest center console I've ever seen.
I heard initially when your dad lived there, this guy tried to screw over your dad on some property lines. And
we almost fought him.
Yeah, so hold on. But
we're friends now.
Then Steve turned it around, and him and Steve are boys.
Yeah, I was with Steven when he got invited onto that giant boat.
Yeah,
it's the biggest center console I've ever seen.
Now,
Bubba.
Fabrizi at one time, when Fabrizi was being Fabrizi, had a 43 yellowfin,
right,
with 5 Mercury 400s on it.
This would look like a tender boat next to this boat.
Well, no, I mean, yours is a 55. Richard was a 43. I mean, that's in the ballpark.
No, that's massive. Anything over 40 foot in the center console is massive.
Yeah. Now, how big was Vanquish?
60.
60.
But it's a sport fish. It's a different category.
No,
of
I
boat.
know. I know. I'm just talking about overall length.
Yeah, it was 60.
Overall, when you got a 55 or 50 center console, you probably have living quarters down in the belly, don't you?
Oh, yeah, there's living quarters in that.
Yeah.
So absolutely,
anyway.
bathrooms, showers.
So anyway, there's this radio personality that lives in an affluent part of Tampa, and he rolls around with a flak jacket on. And his latest of the video that I saw was he was yelling at Hispanic construction workers that he wasn't ICE and for them not to worry that he wasn't ICE. Well, first of all, I think ICE has height requirements, kind of like Disney does to get on a ride.
Well, I don't know, because the Secret Service rescued Trump. There was a woman that was about 5'2".
Yeah,
vertically and horizontally.
Yeah,
she was a square.
So I mean, you would take me aside and say, man, this is just not healthy. You're not healthy. You gotta and follow things that make you happy. Don't and follow and become obsessed with things that you hate.
Yeah, then call their businesses and tell them how much you hate them, and troll their websites and their social media.
Oh yeah,
you'd be psychotic, Bubba. We have to commit you.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so there you be. I mean, that's what we think of you people who are just really just life. Your life is obsessed with hating us.
Yeah, get a hobby.
We're just a show. That's all we are. We're not your local congressman. I'm not your local mayor.
Yeah, we're not making policy for your neighborhood.
I have no effect in your life at all. I have zero. If you don't want me to, I have zero effect of your life. I don't control your life at all. So why would you hate me so much when all you got to do is just click? I don't like that. I don't like that guy. I don't like that channel. I look at some stuff on YouTube and Facebook, and it looks like total like some of this gaming stuff. And I'm not going to go and watch this so that I can go and find a Reddit page about Johnny Gamer 123 and just pick him apart. Because Johnny Gamer 123 doesn't have really anything to do with my life.
No.
In fact, I need to what you probably need to do. Now, this is the pot calling the kettle black, but you should probably try to pick something else in life that you are obsessed with that could potentially help you as a dad, husband, mom, daughter, wife, that could, maybe, I don't know, read or just, I don't know, fixate on something else. Hell, fixate on Fox or CNN. At least that's a news source. I don't give very good news. I cover the news. I give you my stupid ass white trash from Warsaw, Indiana opinion on it. But you already hate me, so why would you use me as your news source? You already hate me. Like, nothing's worse than news coming from a person that you hate. Like, when I would happen to stumble upon Rachel Maddow, I'd be like, that bitch doesn't know what she's I hate her. But I wouldn't just sit there and I wouldn't miss every. I'm sorry. I wouldn't not miss every show.
Set your VCR or DVR.
Yeah, whatever. Here's another thing that really chaps my ass, and I'm not going to get into it, but these, and it's not even a liberal thing. It's just it's this prosecutorial misconduct. These local prosecutors are so powerful. There is no checks and balances. There is none. There is no.
The one check and balance that we saw on that was when the governor came in and released our state attorney.
Yeah,
but he had to really publicly defy the governor to do that.
But he really didn't.
I know. He just said he would.
Andrew Warren got replaced. He was the local prosecutor here in Tampa, the first Democrat to win in I don't know how long.
Decades.
And he won, and he was doing a pretty good job, it seems like. And he was part of this email chain amongst other, state attorneys around different parts of the country, not even just Florida. And it was a hypothetical situation, whereas if somebody went, it was something to do with abortion. And if somebody went in your district and got an abortion, and it was, you have a hard, and it was outside of your abortion laws, your state abortion laws, would you arrest that provider that did it and or the person that got it done? So that was the question. Now, there was no incidence of this happening.
Correct.
Like, this didn't happen in Hillsborough County. Like, it didn't happen.
Nope.
But it was just a hypothetical question. That'd be like saying, Dan, you know what? If a guy came up to you with a knife and what would you do? Shoot him right in the heart?
Shoot him right in the legs.
Okay.
Right in the ding-ding.
And they come to you, Dan, right now, now listen, this is you just hypothetically gave me a public answer, correct?
Correct.
Well, that would be like if them coming and arresting you. This didn't happen. You just gave your opinion of it.
Yeah, it's like that movie that with Tom Cruise was in where they were arresting people because they were going to commit a crime.
Yeah. So anyway, Andrew Warren just says, I don't necessarily know in my district what I would do in that particular situation, but I would be leaning towards not really getting involved. That's it. Now that example of what I gave never happened in Hillsborough County. There's no incidences of that, and our DeSantis steps in and has him removed for that alone. And so I don't know. This is an example of prosecutorial misconduct.
Boy.
This guy here, and you can see him, he's over there. And this is, I think, in Colorado.
Yes, it is, yeah.
And you notice how this stuff tends to happen in the real liberal areas? So they in Aurora, Colorado, Registered sex offender. Now, this guy's a registered sex offender.
Dude, if you ever had sex with that guy, you'd say he was raping me. I don't care if you liked him or not. If you told your friends, like, hey, this is my boyfriend.
If you were a girl,
he raped me.
If you were a girl and you met this guy at the bar and you had a little too much to drink,
a lot too much to drink,
you didn't have all your faculties about yourself, and you for some reason kicked it out wide for Beetlejuice here, when you finally woke up and you looked at Beetlejuice over there sawing logs, you would immediately call 911
yes.
and say, I got raped.
Please.
Even though Beetlejuice took that ass consensually, you gave it to him consensually. He just happened to be the only one left at the honky-tonk because you're 406 pounds. And I would literally wake up in the morning if I was the girl and I was too drunk to make any really right decisions at 3:15 yesterday morning. I would wake up and say, I would go immediately to the hospital and get a rape kit.
Yeah, add something to cheat your chewed off arm.
Right. After I chewed my arm off so I didn't have to wake the crypt keeper. And so I'd go and file a rape kit. And you know what? Hey, that's the breaks. I'm the one with the vagina and you're the one with the penis. And the vagina always wins.
Always wins. You'd be booking a flight to Switzerland for one of those suicide boxes.
Especially if the vagina checks all the boxes, the penis can never win. Ever.
Yes, I agree 100%.
So anyway,
it's impossible.
So this guy is a registered, let's keep in mind now, this isn't Johnny homeless, down on his luck, which he is. He is Johnny homeless down on his luck, but he's also a registered sex offender. Now, that's a whole nother class of human beings. So this guy isn't just, down on his luck and he looks like this and he's combing schoolyards trying to abduct 11-year-olds. No, he's not only that, but he's obviously done something prior to have got himself in a sexual offender label. And, they just don't throw those out because you did something, you got to really do something egregious to get that. You basically got to pretty much touch kids to be a registered sex offender, or dabble in child porn, or just do something very unspeakable to a child, about a child, for them to give you that moniker. Now, with that moniker, the sex offender moniker, comes a certain set of conditions, and one of which is you're supposed to stay at least 1,000 feet away from any type of school system. Whether it's daycare, whether it's high school, if it's, K or even Walker's pre-K, anything to do with children, whether it's a daycare, whether it's an organized school, whether you are to stay away from that place. That's one of the provisions. So this guy's a registered sex offender. He's 33 years old. His name's Solomon Galgan. And he's a registered sex offender. He's 33, and he's at this school, and he tries to abduct an 11-year-old. Watch this. There is no sound on this, Lummy, but it's surveillance, okay?
So it's a kid walking on the sidewalk.
Yeah, right here.
A little kid walking on the sidewalk.
Now you can see, if you look now here, this is where the bad guy is, and you'll see him come out from the back of those trees.
It's like Sasquatch video.
But if you look further past the camera, this isn't the kid you should worry about. There's children playing out here. Like, I don't know if they're playing football or they're playing, soccer, or they're just throwing the ball around. But there's a gathering of, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's like 10 kids out here playing some kind of game, gathered around. So here comes the bad guy right here. This is the bad guy. And he...
Oh, yeah, he sees his prey.
Oh, yeah, so hold on. It then, let me just kind of, it jumps from that.
It's like a shark in a
so now he starts,
stirring up a bunch of tuna.
So here's the bad guy. This is the 33-year-old registered sex offender who now is chasing these kids.
They're running full speed.
Right, they're running full speed. Those 10 kids that were gathered are running full speed.
And he's looking for the slow one.
And he's trying to get to Bubba Clem, the fat, slow one. That's the long, right. That's the long snapper and catcher. Okay?
It's like the slow gazelle. You know what I mean? He goes after the slow one.
And you can tell that he's probably so drunk and high on crack and meth that he goes to try to abduct the kid, and the kid gives him kind of an Earl Campbell type move, and the bad guy goes to the ground. Watch. So the bad guy goes to the ground. The kid keeps the kid puts in his Walter Payton scampering cleats, and he's out of there. Look at him. Now here comes the bad guy. He still is making his way towards now what looks to be the school sidewalk. Now he figures, okay, maybe I've done too much. Maybe I just need to abandon this abduction and because I didn't get any. Okay, so all these kids are seeing this, and you're going to see a whole bunch of kids come flying through the sidewalk here because they know there's a bad guy out there because they've already seen this bad guy, try to chase off 10 kids. It looks like the bad guy's now walking away back toward the bushes. Now, does he sit back in the bushes, Dan, like a Florida Panther and just wait for, And now, see, it'd be interesting to see more kids are now trickulating out. I don't know if they're just leftovers. And I don't know. I got another 8 seconds or so. Oh, so is this?
Parent. That's a big person.
Is it, or is that our student?
I think it's another student, Dan.
Really?
I think it's another student, and watch this sick bastard come and approach him. And then that's where it ends. So so we see that. Now, if you're a prosecutor, that's all I need to see.
Well, there's worse. I guess his sister's been pleading for him to be put away because he's been arrested 4 times in the last year, 12 times total.
Been arrested 12 times, 4 times in the last year.
He's diagnosed with schizophrenia and bipolar disorder.
All right, so Dan, he's diagnosed. Dan, what is that? Now, who has to give you that? Like, you can't make that. You can't make that diagnosis as a plastic surgeon, but can a psychiatrist or a psychologist, it's probably a psychiatrist who makes that type of finding, correct?
I think either a psychologist or a psychiatrist could make that finding. I could make that finding, but once you're labeled with that, and it's pretty much definitive. So but he may have been Baker-acted, they did that. Maybe the state even labeled him that.
So here's what sucks. Here's what is the biggest injustice of all. New. Registered sex offender who tried kidnapping an 11-year-old boy during a recess is set to walk free as prosecutors plan to drop charges. The 33-year-old Somalia? No, I think his name's
Solomon.
Solomon. Okay. 33-year-old Solomon Galligan was captured on camera trying to kidnap an 11-year-old boy in Aurora, Colorado. The 18th Judicial Circuit Attorney's Office now plans on dismissing Galligan's charges because he is incompetent to stand trial. The district attorney's office says that they are planning to drop the charges against the defendant, which is required by law when found mentally incompetent to stand trial. The thugs who are letting him out of jail are as evil as he is. They're going to let this guy walk and continue to blend in the Aurora, Colorado, landscape and or population when he's a registered child offender, a sexual offender. He's been arrested 12 total times, 4 of which this past year, and the latest was all caught on tape. There was no he said, she said, anything like that, and they're going to let him go.
That's a real tricky thing, that incompetency to stand trial. I mean, to be competent to stand trial, you just have to understand what the charges are and be able to participate in your defense, period. And so unless he's that psychotic, he should not be found incompetent to stand trial, number one. Number two, if you are that psychotic, then you should be committed until you are
into a facility
until you are competent to stand trial. That's the way Hinckley got out of it for a while. They were like, he wasn't competent to stand trial for a while. Then eventually they got to the point where they could actually throw charges at him. But it's a guy like that. If this happened to my kid, there'd be 2 problems. Number one would be me getting arrested by curbing this guy, and secondly, me picking up the little prosecutor and walking down the street with him so he would feel what it's like to be abducted for 10 minutes.
Oh, that'd be great.
Just carry him like you would carry MJ in like a little suitcase.
I would go get if I was the
Still
parents.
Case.
If I was the parents of that 11-year-old who is not going to get justice, and not only that 11-year-old, but how about all those kids in school? I mean, they have to be scared. I would go pick up Solomon. I'd go pick him up, offer him some cigarettes and beer because that's probably what he wants.
Mm-hmm. And boys. Cigarette, beers, and boys.
I have some. I don't know if I can be carrying boy porn. I can't be carrying, hot 12-year-olds running wild. So
you can just get a couple of the Boy Scout magazines.
I'm gonna have to find something that has little boys in it, but let me fully clothed.
Yes, of course.
Maybe like a
catalog, J.C. Penney's kids catalog.
Yeah, a kid's fully clothed catalog. Give them that. Let him get all juiced up, and then take him to the prosecuting attorney's school. Where his kids were the prosecuting.
Let him play with those kids.
Yeah.
We got some new friends for you.
Sure. You've already ruled that he can go ahead and charge kids, and one of which he tried to tackle. We've established that that's okay in this guy's world.
Right.
So let's find out where the prosecuting attorney kids go to school, and let's drop him off at the playground and let him recreate what he did at this school.
Give him a box of candy.
And let's see if the prosecuting attorney still rules that he's incompetent to stand trial when it's your 11-year-old he's going after. How about that, buddy?
I think that's a wonderful idea, Bubba. I think it's a beautiful idea.
Hello.
Good morning, Bubba. Good morning, Dr. Dan and Lummy. How are y'all?
Good morning.
We're great, buddy. How are you?
Doing good. Bubba, may I please ask Dr. Dan a medical question real quick about my soon-to-be 10-year-old son?
Yes, and please don't anybody have to say that you have to be that polite about it, because I don't ever deny a question to Dr. Dan.
And you have a 10-year-old son. What would you do if that creep tried to grab your son, sir?
Oh, I'd be in jail. I'd kill him.
Right. Yeah. All right, so anyway.
We'd be jailmates.
Anyway, bud, yes, of course. You got a question for Dr. Dan about your boy? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Is it okay for him to get his HPV vaccine?
At what age? At 10?
Yes, sir. At 10 years
I'd
old.
say probably
they want to give him the.
I mean, I think it's ridiculous that they're giving boys that vaccine. It only works for about 30 or 40% of the viruses that cause cervical cancer. So I'd put it off a little bit if I was you. To be honest with you, maybe when he's 14, 15, if it's really required. If not, I would never do it.
Well, here's the deal, Dan. Maybe and sir, I'm not trying to get creeped out or anything like that. But maybe a little bit closer to when your boy might be starting
sexually active.
Yeah, like when your boy might start messing around with whomever he's going to mess around. Yeah. Maybe a little closer to that.
Yeah, when you start shaving, he starts getting a little pubic hair. He starts talking about girls and stuff like that. Maybe I'll consider it at that point. But even then, I mean, that's not a shot that I get Danny.
But true, I understand. But I could see where a parent would be. If you really want to make sure, like I could see them doing it at when your kid starts getting sexually active.
Yes, there's an argument, there's a strong argument for it.
Sure.
A weak argument for it.
Sounds great.
Yeah, so not now at 10, bud. Like, I mean, is the school trying to push it on you?
No, sir.
The pediatrician
we just went to the MUSC. Yeah, the pediatrician is that and the Tdap vaccine, and I want to know if both of them would be okay to get on the same visit.
Absolutely not. Nope. Okay. I can have a lot of controversial opinions about a lot of things, and I know that my vaccine position is somewhat controversial.
Right, it doesn't necessarily align with everybody, but it's but you have reason to believe the way you do.
But one of the common denominators behind my vaccine position and other people's vaccine positions is twofold. Number one, you never give a vaccine to a sick kid, and number two, you never stack shots.
Never.
The best way to prevent a vaccine injury is one at a time when they're not sick. And I'm really against giving hepatitis B vaccines at birth. I think that is a criminal act. There's no reason we should be vaccinating kids against a sexually transmitted disease at day one.
So,
it's
sir,
unconscionable.
Never. Like Dan used to have a website called Two and Talking. And he didn't even start the series of vaccinations until the child was 2. And at that time, they would do, the Diacos suggested a couple different things. One vaccine per, at a day max. Space them out as much as you can. 3, 4, 5 days, one a week, whatever. And then the other thing is make sure your kid's always healthy. If he has a runny nose, if your child has a runny nose or a little bit of cold symptoms or they just don't seem right, skip the vaccination. Secondly, always make sure that the vaccination's not preserved in thimerosal, which is a mercury-based preservative to make these, that big pharma puts inside these vaccinations to make them have a much longer shelf life. Am I right, Dan?
They have a longer shelf life, and thimerosal actually increases your immune response too, because it's such an irritant
so
to your body.
So can you ask Dan, when you're getting your kid vaccinated, I went non-thimerosal vaccinations only, and I'm only going to do 1 or 2 a week. Maybe one.
One. It should be more than 1 a month, to be honest with you. I wouldn't do more than 1 shot a month.
All right,
I would never
month?
stack them, never sick. And here's another concept.
First Monday of every month, I'll be in there with little Johnny. You can go ahead and vax him. Might take us a year or so to get him fully vaxxed. But, Dan, I think you've decreased autism chances. You've decreased all of what. I mean, listen, autism, since they started vaccinating our kids, overly vaccinating our kids right out of the vagina, autism is what, quadrupled, Dan?
Oh, it's exponentially rising, and it really started around the year 2000 when they started mandating that hepatitis B shot at birth. That shot's more responsible for autism than MMR or any other shots ever were. Here's another thing, sir, that you could really blow your doctor's ass out of the water.
Okay.
Have you checked the titers to make sure that he actually needs another DTaP? Because I guarantee you, if he's been vaccinated appropriately up to now, and you checked his titers, which is the amount of antibodies he already has against the tetanus, the diphtheria, and the pertussis, which is in the DTaP, and their levels are high enough, then he don't need that shot either.
You roll in
I want titers, dude. Before you stick my kid with another freaking shot, why don't you measure and see if he's got titers to see if he actually has active immunity.
Roll up in there and say, listen, first of all, we're not doing the HPVC, whatever. We're not doing that.
Right.
Secondly, I like a titers count on my son, because I don't think that he even, if his titer count is and Dan, you could probably give the numbers of what it's supposed to be.
It's obvious. It's working or not working. He either has them or he doesn't. If he's got adequate antibodies, he does not need the shot.
So he'll have a titers count, a high titers count, right?
Right.
And do you know what that would?
Okay, great.
What a number? Can you give a reference point to a number a person could hear, and that be a good enough titers number?
I don't have it offhand.
Okay.
And Gary Dale, just so you know, doctors, plastic surgeons are still doctors. We still understand medicine.
You still had to go to med school.
I still had to go to med school.
Dan,
I was a general surgeon before I was a plastic surgeon.
Right.
So I know general medicine pretty well, Gary, probably better than you do. So stick it.
Well, Dr. Dan, you're a hero to me. You've helped me and my dad out with COVID.
Oh, thank you.
Jennifer is an absolute godsend.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
What flavor monsters do you drink? I'm going to send you some to your office.
Send a
Peach Rehab.
Peach Rehab.
It's got to be Rehab.
It's gotta be.
Wait a minute. Cage Rehab?
No, Peach.
Peach, like you're a peach, hon.
Peach Rehab, gotcha.
Yeah, like Georgia Peach.
No problem.
All right, buddy.
I'll order them. Thank you very much, Dr.
All right, man.
Thank you.
Love y'all.
All right, man. Thanks.
Yeah, and Gary Dale, this dumbass plastic surgeon helped 600 people with COVID. So keep going, kid.
Oh, I was getting ready to say,
I'm not getting chat cancer.
Hold on. Dan, I was getting ready to say, how's that a bad thing?
I know.
But it was your it was your rebuttal, but I thought you were reading what that guy said. I'm like, hey Dan, don't be such a dick. That guy's actually trying to put you over, but it was actually your response to his idiotic statement, because I was gonna be like, Dan, he said that you cured 600 people. That's a pretty good thing.
Yeah.
But it wasn't his talk. It was your rebuttal back to the. Don't be afraid. Hey, listen, man. Don't be afraid to the moderators. Whatever. I hate negativity. I don't need these people in here telling us how much we suck, hate watching, and or hate listening. Get rid of them. Get rid of them.
All right.
Lummy, when I come back, Andrew Cuomo.
Yes.
I thought I kind of liked it. Listen. I'll take Andrew Cuomo over anything that's in there right now.
I'm just disappointed he doesn't bust out those nipple rings anymore, because that really made me like him.
I'm just saying, like, we know who won the Democratic primary for the mayor of New York. That that Muslim,
the beardo guy.
The guy who wants to make he wants to disband the police department. He wants to close all prisons. He wants free housing, free garbage pickup, free
supermarkets,
free childcare, free busing, free subway. So, like,
move the cutter.
I mean, like, he calls himself a democratic socialist. And I mean, there's very few. I think Sweden, Denmark, Holland, I think some of those smaller countries have socialism, and they seem to be able to make it work.
But they expect you to work. They don't expect you to just sit on your ass and suck off the government tea.
Right.
Even the socialist countries have sort of an agreement that the able will work.
Right. And I think if you don't work and they find out that you're able-bodied, that they kind of pull all your benefits. Like, your free health care and all the things that you get, the government provides for you. I think that they have a pretty extensive, not policing thereof, but I think that they regulate those who can work and cannot.
Yeah, they kick people in those countries out that don't belong there, too, because of such big government policies.
But for the most part, socialism doesn't work. It's been proved. It's been proved.
Well, the problem, Bubba, is that socialism also often turns into an autonomous government.
Yeah.
And so when there's that much control over the populace, they don't have that much control of the government, and all of a sudden the government really controls everything.
Now,
and people don't like that. They don't like
Here's-
being told what can and can't happen.
I either want the current guy in there, is it Eric Allen?
Adams?
No, Adams.
Yeah, he seems pretty reasonable.
He's gotten that way after he got
He's
his
growing.
ass kicked, and he's now denounced the Democratic Party. He's running as an independent. Cuomo's running as an independent. Then you got Curtis Sliwa, former head of the Guardian Angels, and I think he's used to be a talk show host, but he's very popular. He's the Republican candidate. Just maybe that's what New York needs, is a Republican. But I don't think it's ever going to happen.
Well, wasn't
Ever.
Giuliani a Republican? Or was he independent?
I think he
independent?
might have been a Republican, I think. Maybe let me look
Looking it up.
Maybe I can ask old girl.
Yeah, let's see what she says.
Alexa, hello. You got your Gronk?
Hello. I've got a super friend here with me with a
God.
pretty cool announcement.
Super dog.
Superman here with exciting news. Alexa and I have teamed up on something special for you.
That's right. We've joined forces to create a new Superman theme featuring all kinds of super
Hey,
experiences.
Alexa, shut up. Jesus. What was I going to ask, Lemmy?
Giuliani was Republican or not.
Hey, Alexa, was Rudy Giuliani Republican or Democrat?
Rudy Giuliani is affiliated with Republican Party.
Yeah, but when he was the governor.
He was the mayor.
I'm sorry, when he was the mayor of New York City. Hey, Alexa, when Rudy Giuliani was the mayor of New York City, what was his political affiliation?
Sorry, I don't have an answer.
What do you mean you don't have an answer to that? All you got to do is Google him.
Yes.
Jesus.
He ran as a Republican.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe that's what they need. So anyway, I didn't know, though. Here's the one thing, Lummy, why I think that this nut job Muslim socialist Democrat. By the way, Lummy, nice shirt. You and I got the same shirts on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Should have called Dan and told him. Today's probably surgery day.
No, it's office day.
Oh.
I got this new shirt. I feel like my collar's like sticking up. It looks like the Flying Nun.
It looks like a little. Your collar looks a little on your left hand side, a little lazy.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not popping. It's not popping.
It's not doing what's supposed to do. It's driving me
No.
crazy. Stretchy shirts. I like the stretchy shirts though. It's like wearing sweatpants for a shirt.
But I didn't know, Lummy, that in the Democratic primary, only 13% of Democratic. Because when you're in the primary, you can only it's not open to. So Republicans cannot vote in the Democratic primary. Only registered Democrats can vote, and I didn't know that only 13% of all registered Democrats even participated in the primary. Jeez. So the margins were, you got what 77%. Of the Democratic population that did not vote. Right? I mean, so maybe they'll see a Cuomo or an Adams on the independent deal, but those two could also cancel each other out. I think that Cuomo has to get a hold of Adams and vice versa and say, hey, I'm going to run and you're going to be my deputy mayor or my, or on my cabinet or something, because I feel as if they're both well liked. One is the current mayor and the other one is the former governor.
Yeah, but is he liked? Because I think he went out kind of in a...
Like a bitch?
Yeah, a little bit. I think people started resenting him because of his COVID response.
Yes. Cuomo. And unless you've been living under a rock, you probably know that the Democratic primary did not go the way I had hoped. To the 440,000 New Yorkers who voted for me, a sincere thank you. Thank you for believing in me, in my agenda.
How bad did he get beat? He got beat by like 10 points, didn't he?
It was pretty significant.
And in my experience.
You think he smells like an old man at this point?
No, I think he's probably got some J. Diaco high karate on.
Really? Hiding that?
And I am truly sorry that I let you down.
How old is he? I don't think he's that old.
Oh, God. He's the late 60s.
Hey, Alexa, how old is this guy's name? Andrew Cuomo. Hey, Alexa, how old is Andrew Cuomo?
Andrew Cuomo is 67 years old.
Yeah, so he's not that, he's good.
But as my grandfather used to say, when you get knocked down, learn the lesson and pick yourself back up and get in the game. And that is what I'm going to do. The fight to save our city isn't over. Only 13% of New Yorkers voted in the June primary. The general election is in November, and I am in it to win it. My opponent, Mr. Mandani, offers slick slogans, but no real solutions.
He actually needs to break down some of the really, really, really crazy stuff this Mudani one. Rather than to say, I think you need to really find his most crazy, outlandish one and really drive one home.
Yeah.
That's going to really piss people off. Right? Like, Dan, find the one policy that just would piss everybody off.
Yeah, calling him a crazy kid doesn't work as well as saying, like, he wants to literally take your dollars and give every illegal immigrant $10,000 a month. If he goes to a specific policy that's outrageous, that'll be more effective.
People can sink their teeth in. He goes, he wants to take away your police department.
What you gonna do at 4 a.m. when some crazy guy's banging on your door? Who you gonna call?
And
Modabi, whatever his name is.
Living in New York, we all know we need a good police force.
Yeah. Just to monitor people and just to help organize people.
Right.
There's parts of New York.
That's what Cuomo should go with, is that he's trying to take your police department away from you. Now, what in the hell are we going to do then?
Yeah, and then if he's successful in vilifying this guy, then it's going to be Adams winning. Because, again, I think so many people in New York are pissed off at Cuomo for what happened during COVID.
I think
at his indignant press conferences while thousands of people were dying in nursing homes.
But Dan, Adams and Cuomo are going to cancel each other out if they both. Both of them are going to get 23, 24%. You know what I'm saying? And then Muzzati comes in at 38, 39, 40%, and he wins.
That's what Eric Adams said yesterday. That he's like, are you kidding me? That he's running. He said it's gonna split the vote.
Here's what's gonna happen. You got 100% of the vote, and you only need the majority. So you got 100, and Adams is gonna come out with at least 25. And let's say Cuomo comes up with 20. That's 55% less. And let's say that the Sliwa guy comes up with 10. That's 45%. Going to the whack job, and he wins. It's not at that point. You don't have to be over 51%. It's just at that point who's got the most votes.
Is it a plurality, or do they have a runoff and force a majority?
No, the general election's in November. Best man wins. Doesn't matter. You got your Republican candidate and Curtis Sliwa. You got your Democratic candidate and Muhammad Nutjob, and then you throw in two independents, both large franchises. They're going to split the vote, and Mudabi is going to win.
You know, the some of the big businessmen
and it's going to be
landowners,
interesting to see how New York implodes.
Well, he wants to freeze rents, and so if he freezes rents like they do in San Francisco, all the property owners' values could just go down,
and they all move to Florida, which booms our housing market. Our housing market sucks right now.
We need a city with lower rent, safer streets, where buying your first home is once again possible, where childcare won't bankrupt you. That's the New York City we know. That's the one that is still possible. You haven't given up on it, and you deserve...
Man, I'm telling you, Lummy, Eric, what's his name? Adams and Cuomo need to talk.
Yeah.
They need to talk. One needs to pull out with the understanding that the other one will put him on his cabinet, his administration. Dan, like chief of staff or something like that. Something super high up, make you feel cool about yourself.
Right.
Something that, so you just got to, and here's the deal. I think that maybe Eric Adams might be more well perceived amongst Democrats right now than Cuomo, who got impeached. Did he not? He got thrown out of the governor office. Did he not?
Yeah.
With the fourth sexual harassment kind of deal.
But according to this poll that they just ran, Madami is 35%, Cuomo is 25%. Silwell is 14 and Adams is 11.
So 25 plus
Adams
11.
Is dead last.
Hold on. So 25 plus 11 puts you at 36. And where's Mudabi?
35.
So Dan, those are the razor thin margins right there.
Yeah.
You take Adams out. Maybe Cuomo gets a hold of Adams and says, "I'll make you, my police chief, or I'll make you my, whatever."
I think those guys are so narcissistic. Neither one's going to be willing to.
You got two Dan Diacos trying to talk the other one, not
exactly.
The mayor with the experience and
Jay
ideas.
and I are both running for mayor of Tampa.
You're more.
We're not going to get
don't throw poor Jay into your narcissistic world. He's not nearly as narcissistic as you
If we
are.
were both running, it'd be hard for one of us to sit.
Make it happen again. And the guts to take on anyone who stands in the way. Every day I'm going to be hitting the streets, meeting you where you are, to hear the good and the bad, problems and solutions. Because for the next few months, it's my responsibility to earn your vote. So let's do this. I'll see you out there.
Oh, boy.
When we come back, they're starting to maybe sniff around maybe criminal charges for Dr. Fauci.
Oh.
He's pardoned under so much stuff. I don't know how he's got like a blanket pardon.
Senator Paul to reissue criminal referral of Fauci over auto pen use.
Yeah, they're saying that the auto pen was used to pardon Fauci.
What does the auto pen mean? The auto pen wasn't it just a signature that Biden had done one time and they stored it?
No. Mm-mm. It was a way to sign like multiple documents
from afar.
Yeah.
So what you could do is if you were like in India on a trip,
and you're the president,
and something had to be signed because it was time sensitive,
they bring you
like
this
a bill.
little iPad with a stylus, and you sign it.
You hit the button, and then a machine actually runs a pen across the piece of paper.
Oh.
That's what the auto pen is.
So
it's controlled remotely, but it will mechanically make his signature.
Sort of looking at saying that maybe Fauci was auto penned in and Biden didn't do it.
Oh, so they're saying that people on the
receivers,
the Biden administration may have done a bunch of auto pens, meaning Joe didn't even know about it,
right?
And they're over there just auto penning this and that, and most of which Joe knows nothing about because he doesn't know anything about anything.
Right, and that's how they think some of these really outrageous pardons, got through the goalie because he really wasn't paying attention.
They just auto-penned it.
They just auto-penned it.
Oh, let's get into that next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Fuck you.
What's up, Felix Miles?
We're excited about the Trump administration actually helping. We've been through several years of...
Apple Mike, good morning. Almost divorce lawyer, C.C. Hall, Boondix, Kenny Powers, and Gallison, Grumpy Little Biker, Jastique, Smokius, what's up? Johann Kraus.
Well, I sent you what the auto pen looks like.
Oh, let me. We must be on.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Oh, we're on main page. We're on the big page. Did you know that?
Yeah. Started at 6:30.
Okay. Now what did you say? You sent me what now?
I sent you how the auto pen works, like a video of it, a short video.
D, get control. What's up, Daniel Harvard? Energy. With this, I don't disagree. There's C's. Yankee Jeb. Yes, profile. Say fuck you again because I just like saying it. Judea.
Signature technology. The Ghost Rider is manufactured in the USA and can help you manage your time and increase your efficiency by allowing the option of delegating your signature. Use of the machine is simple, as after printing your letter, you insert your signature card in the Ghost Rider. The signature card is similar to a credit card in that no one can use it unless you give it to someone else. Once inserted, line your letter up with the signature area, and then either press a button on the panel or press a pedal that comes with the machine to begin signing.
Snook Slayer, Jayfish, Caviar.
The thumbs up button.
You are looking.
Now is Biden the first administration to use the auto pen?
No. It's been around for a while. Jesse Skank Hunt. Caviar.
They're just saying that Biden seem to have his
Yeah, set up as gay friend. Jimmy the Bear Hayes.
Let me answer. Tell 1 and 2 I can be right with them if they're good guys.
Good morning, Bubba. Love Sponge.
Oh God.
Like what? Dan, what application would the auto pen be used for?
An emergency bill while the president is in Europe.
Even CEOs of major corporations want to sign their own shit, don't they?
Yes, and so that's what it's for. It's for someone that's remote that needs to sign a paper.
We'll tell them again.
It's
We appreciate that. Thank you.
So do you think
it's sort of cool and sort of archaic? Archaic. Oh God. Dan Sprinkle King.
So do you think like every major company has probably one of this for their CEO in case he's not if
if he's not available once a time sensitive document, yeah, I'm sure that a lot of big companies have something like
right,
this.
and that only the one person has the locked signature card.
Correct. Right. I'm assuming that's how it works. I mean,
yeah, that's
we don't
how.
have it in my office. This isn't that important. Yinzer, shove it up. Never trust a fart. Low bug. Pippi. Short stroker. Inside a group of lipstick. The gun guy. Tree. Creatine.
Hello, Rumble. Can you give us a follow? We got 5,600 people on here. We're getting ready to go live in 1 minute. We had our commercial breaks for our terrestrial affiliates. Could you give us a follow? We did hit 10,000 on me. Did you see that?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
We hit 10,000, but it just looks lonely out there. It just says 10,000. If it said 10.1, that would be cooler than just 10K. I need 100 of yous to 100 of you, nearly 6,000. Just give us a follow. We're a local morning show out of Tampa, Florida, from 6 till 10 with a bunch of other great shit thereafter. And we are 10 seconds away from being on the air. Here we go.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Whoa, there we go. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. You can help the show directly if you like. Right in the main vein, my friend. Or you can just watch our show and skip through the commercials or whatever. I don't care. Go to Bubba Army store, Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army shop. Maybe get that brand new 40-ounce Stanley-inspired signature Bubba Army Stanley-inspired tumbler. I think that's like $33. What's Stanley's usually, like 60?
Yeah, about that.
We got
for
to
40
do
ounce about that, yeah.
These things sold out. The Bubba Army knives, those things sold out in about 8 minutes. We got, I ordered new of those. So those will be up soon. Of course, the backpacks, the Bubba Army shirts like me and Lummy have. All on our merch site. And again, packed and shipped by the Merch Crick. My, I guess it's my fiance.
Are the lunchbox still in, or are those sold
things
out?
Blew out.
Oh, okay.
I think she's getting ready. Right now, Lemmy, she's working on maybe another set of lunchboxes, and she's working on that sun shirt. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
That sun shirt that,
They're so popular, man.
Oh.
So popular. You're a year behind on it.
I know I am, Dan. Thanks. Appreciate the concern.
Yeah, next.
It's only one guy here. Be like me telling you you're low on Botox. You can't order. You can't do all the orders around here.
Yeah, and that beach umbrella will be coming out at Christmas.
Let me hear. Here is an auto pen. When we speak of an auto pen, and Dan said they've been around for years, and when the White House or in the midst of Rand Paul making it seems as though Joe Biden was left with kind of an auto pen controversy as he pardoned hundreds and hundreds of people. And they're saying now that Joe Biden, who was not very competent-minded, probably maybe somebody in the White House staff, the chief of staff, hard telling who, used an auto pen to pardon some people that Joe may not have known about. And so here's an example. I didn't know necessarily the logistics or the mechanics of what an auto pen would look like. And Lummy found me an auto pen demonstration for you fine people.
You are looking at the Ghostwriter by Automated Signature Technology.
Now, what's something like this cost?
Great question.
The Ghostwriter is manufactured.
Let me see if you can look it up.
In the USA and can help you manage your time and increase your efficiency by allowing the option of delegating your signature. Use of the machine is simple, as after printing your letter, you insert your signature card in the Ghostwriter.
All right, so like Dan, if you had one of these, Jennifer would be the only person that would have access to your signature card. She would have it locked up in her office.
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
The signature card
or it'd be locked up somewhere in your office and she knew where to go get it at.
Similar to a credit card in that no one can use it unless you give it to someone else. Once inserted, line your letter up with the signature area and then either press a button on the panel or press a pedal that comes with the machine to begin signing.
$1,500 to $3,000.
Within seconds, the signature is done, your letter is finished, and by removing the signature card, no one can reproduce your signature but you.
So probably most major corporations have an auto pen for just, in case their CEO is abroad or something like that and they need something signed for whatever reason.
So you would think, Bubba, though, that the signature card would be with the guy in Europe and he'd put it into the computer and then, the machine in Las Vegas would sign the paper.
No, it looks like the signature card has to be with the machine.
Right.
Yeah.
So
So
you got to leave it with someone you trust.
Yeah.
So by definition, if it's being used and you're not in town, then there is an intermediary. There is a shady person.
Right. And that's where this whole auto pen controversy might, have some legs with regards to Biden. Hello, who's this?
Hey, Bubba, it's Bob.
Hold on, Bob, 1 second. Dan, you'd first have to probably find testimony or do an investigation as to find out who had access to Biden's auto pen.
Supposedly, his chief of staff, Jeff Zients, had authorization to.
So that was the only one.
Supposedly,
well, then everything would happen. Then you start talking to Jeff Zients and what he knows, right?
Yep.
Anyway, Bob, go ahead. You're on the air, buddy. Thank you for being patient. 813-90-BUBBA, if you'd like to call.
Yes, sir. So one of the issues, too, is that they use that auto pen, one, for pardons, which Biden admitted yesterday that he didn't approve each individual pardon. But then, two, they were using it for executive orders. And if you remember, like right before he left office on January 18th, even the New York Post picked up. Do you remember that he was in the Oval Office with the reporters, and someone asked him about a natural gas executive order, and he's like, I didn't sign that. The executive order was, they figured, Trump and Doge or whomever figured out that executive order was absolutely signed by the auto pen. So it came down to, he never knew some of these executive orders were even getting signed. And okay, well then who was running the administration with this auto pen?
No, it looks like the chief of staff. The chief of staff had, let me just found out is the chief of staff, Chris Sims or whatever the hell, is the only one that had supposedly access to Biden's auto pen. So maybe we need to start talking to that guy.
They weren't even conveying to him what they were signing.
No, they were like a bunch of kids whose parents had gone away for the night. And Dan, when your mom, I think your mom and dad broke up when you guys were fairly young.
Yes.
But when Arlene might happen to go out on a Friday night to meet whatever, even if it was just to go to the grocery store for a few hours, when mom was away, you three monkeys turned into heathens.
Right.
That's right. So when the boss lady's away or when the president's away, it's like, man, we got this auto pen. We can do anything we want. We can draw up any kind of paperwork. We can pardon people. We can commute people's sentences
because no one's paying attention.
Because the guy that's driving the bus is sleeping.
He's half dead.
He's half dead. He's slobbering. He doesn't know his name. He goes to bed at 7:30, just a little bit right after Bubba, and we're going to go crazy with this auto pen.
And the reason that Adams is last in the New York mayoral race is because he has shown that he will cooperate with Trump and ICE and other policies to keep New Yorkers safe, and New Yorkers just can't stand for that.
Listen, you got to roll into New York with some type of with a plan that's Trump-like, but also liberal and so that you just enough to get that liberal vote, but enough Trump to make New Yorkers feel safe. But New Yorkers need their entitlements now. There's a lot of people in New York that require entitlements. So it's just like, I don't know, this Motabi guy or whatever that guy's name is, Lummy. I almost want him to win so I can watch New York. I can watch it burn to the ground. I'm in the content business, Dan, and a happy New York isn't really a fun New York to cover as a journalist, but a New York that's given immigrants $500 a night hotels, and there is no police department, and there is no way to the prisons have been closed, and buses are free, and subways are free, and if you're working the Gucci store and a bad guy throws a rock through the window and goes and gets the 10 purses on display, you really don't have anybody to call. That's a New York that might be entertaining for those that don't live there, right?
Yeah. But so I guess I was watching, I think like ABC, CBS, one of them, that he can't actually enact a lot of the change that he's claiming.
Oh, I've heard that he's promised so many things that he does not have the executive power to do, and he'd have to do through the city council in order to get it done. And they're never going to vote. They're very liberal as well, but they're also, they're not radical socialists like this guy is. So a lot of what he wants done has to go through the New York City Council, and I think there's
the governor's office,
the governor's office, and I think there's 7 people on the city council with the mayor making up one slot. So I think this guy is a nut job. I would think that he might start putting some of this. He might get impeached. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean,
he's going to get in office. He's going to get in office on policies that he himself cannot change, and the people are stupid enough because they don't care. They just want to be talked to, and they fall for it.
See, I don't know.
They're going to fall for this.
I don't know if the mayor of New York has the power to do free buses, free subway, freeze rent, ban the police department. I got to think, Dan, that the city has some kind of charter with, like some kind of bylaw where it has to offer the public some type of militia or some type of protection, like a police department.
I don't know if that's in the charter, but I think at this point, all cities in America have an obligation to provide safety and help in people in need, whether it be fire, police, or paramedics. I mean, pretty much every community in America has that kind of coverage now.
Right.
We take it for granted.
So you take the number one city, the number one most populated city in America. Now, by being the most populated city in America, you automatically have, by being big, the bigger city always has bigger issues.
Right. But and when we talk about like a safety net, the original safety net was police, fire, paramedics, things like that. Just making sure that you had the infrastructure to if you had a problem, you had someone to call, because you can't call Ghostbusters. That doesn't exist.
And then the judicial system, which put the bad guys in jail.
Correct.
And there was a deterrent for people not to do bad things.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a checks and balance kind of deal. And you're right, Bob. This nut job, he can't, half of the stuff that he's promised, he can't do without council and or gubernatorial approval.
Yeah, and because he just hits the points that people want to hear. Oh, free transportation.
Oh, he's just like AOC. AOC tells you what you want to hear. That bitch is stupid. She's really not. She actually really is not stupid. She's actually quite smart.
Yeah.
She just says stupid stuff. She's like
well
me.
spoken.
And as far as seizing rent and all that, or locking it down, he's only talking about like the Section 8 housing, the already subsidized. The already subsidized rents. So it's not every property in New York that he's going to shut down rent on. It's only what the government is already subsidizing or paying a significant portion of.
Right.
So.
All right, Bob. Well, listen, I appreciate your phone call, my friend, as always.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, buddy. Here's what. This is by the way, this is city number 3 in America. You got New York, L.A., Chicago. Those are the 3 most populated cities we have in our country. And this was, Chicago prior to most recently was, I think, Lummy under Lori Lightfoot.
Yes.
In that. And I heard the new one, the new mayor isn't much better and might be actually worse.
They say he's worse.
And so when you do a bunch of socialistic / kissing the immigrants' ass / you start sucking, that you just start giving free entitlements and $500 a night hotel rooms to immigrants. I forget why. I think they had some of the mayors of major cities on Capitol Hill recently, and they asked each mayor what they spent on immigration.
That's a good question.
And I think like New York was $100 million, something like that. So look at this. Breaking: Chicago Public Schools is now bankrupt as the city faces a $734 million deficit after paying for illegals. Now they must lay off almost 1,500 employees, including 432 teachers and 677 special education classroom assistants.
Chicago Public Schools just announced it's laying off more than 1,400 school-based employees. This includes 432 teachers and 677 special ed classroom assistants. CPS says this is part of its annual workforce planning and budgeting process.
Man, I mean, back in the day, special ed was just ran by, one of the most, it was usually a woman. I think they might have put him on Xanax. I think she came in every day, and the principal gave her a Xanny, and to be able to deal with the bam bam bam.
It wasn't the most coveted job,
right? I mean, there was actually a teacher that was in charge of the bam bam bam. Well, now they're giving these teachers. I mean, my God, they're giving them 677 special education assistants. Do you know how many of these women that, like your mom, and during that era, that had to raise these? And listen, raising special ed kids and teaching special ed kids, that's exhausting.
It's way harder.
I mean,
way harder. It takes an unprecedented amount of patience.
Oh, my God.
And insight.
They just naturally don't get it.
No.
They naturally don't. I mean, it's not their fault. God bless their little souls. The poor little things, they're bam, bam, bams. They're these corkies, they can't, you're trying to teach them 2 + 2, and they just can't quite get it. They're not trying to be disruptive or stupid. They just don't get it, poor little things.
According to research, they're projected to spend $2.5 billion. Sorry.
Let me. Were you out? Did you have choir practice last night?
I guess so. $2.5 billion.
Peter Brady when it's time to change.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
So, but I mean, Dan, thank God that they're giving these back in the day, these special education teachers didn't get any help.
No.
None. And they had a class of, like, the special ed. I think when I was growing up, going to Madison Elementary School, which was K through 6, I think the special ed class always had about 20 kids in there. And it was kind of in this back corner, kind of away from the rest of the school. It was kind of, Dan, in its own little special wing. That was special ed wing down there.
Yeah, well, you guys didn't want to have to smell dirty diapers.
Right, and they actually had their own cafeteria, too, but it's a little one because there's only 20 of them. I think they actually ate in their room.
Keep them isolated.
But here's the deal. They even recessed them out. Like, we couldn't recess with them.
Well, you'd pick on them.
We would.
You're trying protective custody, man.
There was this one dude named Kevin Krebs, and he was, bam, bam, bam. And he would bite we would make fun of him, of course, but he was big. He was big, like, as big as me and Larry.
Really?
Yeah. But he was soft, but he still whacked, so he. But
that R strength was.
Yeah, he had R strength, so he'd get mad, and then he'd like like
Incredible Hulk.
The R's turned into like an R Hulk kind of deal,
right?
And he would start biting his hand like this, and then
like Mike Tyson
coming at you with his fist. Like, and then you'd be like, oh, Krebsy's biting his hand again. Everybody, that's when you had to worry about him, is when he started biting his hand. Other than that, we'd throw a ball with he'd be running, and we'd throw a basketball in between his legs so he'd completely pie-face himself on the concrete. And but then they segregated him, and they didn't let him have recess with us because it was mostly the Kevin Krebs rule, because we would just pick on Kevin. Hey, listen, I'm not proud of it. Dan did it too. Dan, you're supposed to back me up. You did not pick up
basketballs at
running
away,
special ed kids so that they pie-face themselves.
Yeah.
Me and Larry Plummer were running. We ran Madison Elementary recess yard pretty hard back in the day. Tough place to get around.
Historically, the district says more than 80% of impacted employees have secured new positions within CPS prior to the start of the school year.
So you're a poor teacher, and you get laid off because you spent $734 million on housing, feeding, transporting, and taking care of people that are not from our country, that have not been legally documented, that have not gone through the legal process of becoming either getting a work visa or becoming a member of our society. I guess you can't be an American, but these illegal immigrants apply to be a citizen? Yeah, citizen.
Yeah. They apply for a green card, and then they apply for a citizen.
None of these, in the last 4 years, 95% of all people that crossed the border did so in the middle of the night, and they infused themselves into our communities, and they're now real scared. They're really scared. And this is, by the way, this is Chicago. People said, what city is this?
It's not known if the current $734 million budget deficit will impact that rehiring process.
Yeah.
Chicago Public.
We're $730 million in the hole because we went in here and gave Pedro, who snuck through the fence in Brownsburg, Texas, in the middle of the night and got his 4 kids into Chicago. And, for the last 4 years, we've been putting them up at the Hampton Inn, feeding them and giving them $2,000 a month.
And the mayor
we're down $1 billion.
Yep.
We're down $1 billion. So what are we going to do? We're going to cut teachers to the good families that are part of, the Illinois fabric, who send their kid to public schools, who are relying on, your taxes and their taxes to help provide an education for their children. Not a private one, because that's a whole nother ball game, which that rich people do. But you know what, Lummy? The average guy and average wife, the average woman, the average man, and the average family, the average man and wife who has a child or whatever, should be able to send your kid to your local elementary school and your child get a decent education. Comparable enough to, being able to potentially get into a university.
That's all you need to do.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what your public school system should be able to do.
Yes.
But when you're letting 500 teachers go and 637 special ed assistants because you spent nearly $1 billion on Pedro and the boys, I don't know if you're living in such a great community.
Well, I mean, what it's saying is that the people that really need help, like the people that are handicapped or have, some mental deficiencies, are less important than illegal immigrants that are crossing illegally and sucking off the teat of the country.
Illegal immigrants could have been living in that hotel next to you, getting $2,000 a month, while you get your ass up every day and go to work, and you're barely making $2,000 a month, and you're busting your ass at 40 hours a week, swinging a hammer, digging a ditch, just busting your ass. And Pedro and the boys that are in the Hampton Inn for the last 4 years are getting $2,000 a month with $1,000 per kid kicker. God.
And again, these people, like you said, like the prosecutor, have this, crazy homeless guy, play with your child. Or these people are saying, like, oh, you let them all in. Okay, well, give them a job, give them part of your house, let them stay at your house. Sponsor an immigrant. If you feel that strongly to support this migrant wave, then sponsor an immigrant.
Yeah, I mean,
or then the whole family.
If you got some room in your house, bring them in.
Or shut the F up.
Feed them. Make sure they got enough money to live. Maybe buy them a used car. Take them in like you would family members. Otherwise, we shouldn't be taking care of these people. We need to take care of our own. When Detroit doesn't have a homeless problem, when Los Angeles, but here's the deal: we do it to ourselves. We do it to ourselves because every city that I would sit here and talk about right now has a Democratic mayor.
Yeah,
Philadelphia.
Because they promise everything to the people, and that's how these political machines have gotten into power and stayed in power. Because they have all these little pet projects, and the pet projects make the community nicer and employs their boys. So it just self-propagates into this machine, and Chicago's Democratic mayor pattern over the years supports this, and that is they promise everything to everybody. They deliver on about half of what they promise, but it's just enough to keep them in office because no one wants to give up the free stuff.
When we return, I didn't know that we're in the middle of some type of news television stations just want to suck you in with weather porn.
Yeah, Storm of the Century is not big enough. It's got to be Storm of the Millennia.
Yeah. So we've had some rains around here. And Macho Man will tell you that in Polk County they had like 8 inches in an hour last night. There's this one small little cell that came in and saturated like the Plant City, Polk County, that part of Hillsborough area. But everybody else, we've been having some rain events around here lately, but it's not anything that is, even tropical stormish. It's just heavy afternoon thunderstorms. Well, our media just can't report it like that.
No, not at all.
No,
Every good drive, we need the rain.
No, Lummy. The headlines read, and I'll come back to them tomorrow. Here momentarily after I do some commercials. Severe storms. This is Channel 8, and we're gonna listen to the story. Talk about clickbait. The worse than we are. Severe storms bring 1 in a 1,000-year rain event to Tampa Bay.
Oh my God, Bubba!
What?
Really?
Are you kidding me?
1 in 1,000.
Are you kidding me?
I just want to know that who was recording this 1,000 years ago? Was it some Indian guy that's like, hey, it's raining a lot this year?
Where's the records from 999 years ago?
Yeah, my TP flooded.
Yeah. And are they scratched on a cave somewhere? We got to go in there and look down? Where are those records?
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Messaged him, so
where's it at?
I messaged you.
Okay,
He was in Tampa?
Yeah, he was at the Charlie Kirk event.
And so is Tucker.
Yeah, Tucker was there.
And so is Alex. Anyway, Rumble, thank you.
Tucker was there.
My name's Bubba the Love Sponge. We do a morning show out of Tampa. What's up, Duck God? Truth will set you free 24. Of course, Iggy. Snook. Iggy again, group. For you new people, if you could follow us, we already hit the 1. Maybe we could hit the 2.
Let's go with a 2, then a 3.
I need to go to my Wendy report.
That's all that matters is the Wendy report.
Let me give you the Wendy report, the Bubba Wendy. Okay, let's go here, and then we're gonna go. Let me see. I gotta learn how to learn this again here. Let's go. Rain accumulations. Okay, and then we're gonna go plus. And then we're gonna go plus. Where do I run the motherfucker? Oh, my bad.
That tells you who's number 1, number 2. What's up, Thomas Gilson? Oh, God.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Thursday, Friday. Okay. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 19. 1.76 inches. So caviar.
They made cloud seeding illegal officially.
Huh?
They made cloud seeding officially illegal. They just passed the law.
I thought they did.
It's a state law or the federal law? I don't remember. Florida did, right?
Just that bandit, yeah. And others have you gotta have a permit. Montana, bandit.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, me, Lummy. Seth will return tomorrow. Dr. Dan Diaco and Macho Man, the engineer. Lummy, I went to my Wendy app, Bubba Wendy.
Perfect.
And what I'm most worried about is, we have a race scheduled at Ocala Speedway this weekend, and Lummy, as you can see on my Wendy deal, I was able to get there's my track.
Wow.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
So like I can even pinpoint. I put a little flag, right on my track, my track, as I. Where's my track?
Dude, inch and a half of rain is catastrophic for you, isn't it?
Not necessarily. Now, see, I don't know if that means if that's what it's going to get from now. See, Lummy, I stretched the timeline clear till Saturday, as you can see, and it says 1.64, 1.64 in. Here it is, right here. But I don't know.
That's over all 4 or 5 days?
I don't know. I got to get rid of it. Yeah, see, I don't know if that means per day,
Well, shorten that interval to tomorrow.
I gotta find it. So anyway, Lummy.
No, it looks like it's that Saturday. That's the week.
That's the total
for the week.
Oh, if I'm only getting an inch and a sixth.
You mean you're not getting that 1,000-year rain?
Yeah, I'm not getting this. That was Big Penis Penn State Dennis Phillips behind this one rain situation, 1 in 1,000-year deal? Was he behind this?
No, this is NBC.
Moving into downtown Tampa and crossing over 275 into South Tampa as well. And the heaviest rain that we have seen and the worst of the weather has been right on top of Plant City, and it continues to come down very heavy. We've seen some wind gusts. This now moved, but you see that right there to the south of the fairgrounds. Those gusts are likely around 50 miles an hour as it presses to the south into the rest of Hillsborough.
What does? A thunderstorm?
Yes.
County. So we're going to see some gusts, probably 50 miles an hour. So look at that.
Now, Macho Man will say that like downtown Plant City got like 9 inches, and cars were flooded and things like that. But that seems to be like the only place that really got hit hard.
Rain that we just saw in Plant City, 9 inches of rain has fallen over the past few hours. Flash flood warning in effect for Plant City. You do not want to go out and drive your car in Plant City right now because it's just south of town. We've had as much as 9 inches of rain. Just on the north side of town, it's been closer to 5 or
so. Are they? Is this a new one? No, it's the race sale.
Yeah.
So the next couple days, is it supposed to get worse? Is it supposed to get?
Man, they don't know. They don't know. Because rain chances keep going up and down.
Man, you really have.
I know it's because
what's wrong with you?
I think it's cleaning out some old person's house yesterday.
What?
You know, like all
What-
the dust and all the
do you get?
particles.
Hold on. What do you get yourself involved in, buddy? What are you cleaning out some old?
Did you catch like some kind of mold
what
like they
type
caught
of-
them when they
No,
opened
but
up the pyramids?
What type of application? Like, who are you working for? Like when you say I got to clean out an old person's home tomorrow, like usually in your radar, it's okay. Let me, in this order, Walker. So
Yes.
like after the show, if Walker needs picked up or Walker needs something, that's first priority.
Yes.
Number two, but let's just go through what you do. You usually secure the show with Macho Man and Gary. Make sure it's all stream guysed up, and you got. I know that we got. I think what we got. We got Sublime on Thursday.
Yes, we do.
So booking guests.
Yes.
You got a meeting today. We
Yes.
both have a meeting tomorrow at 10:30. So your executive producer stuff is what you do.
Yes.
And then you go out back and you check on the goats. You probably spend 15 to 20 minutes a day with the goats, making sure they got water, making sure they got a little bit of feed,
Yankee Jib, $10.
Give them a little love. You give them a little scratches.
Yeah,
you are totally their papa.
Yeah, hang out with the fish.
Like they hang out with the fish. How we doing on fish?
Oh, amazing. Over 100 probably, and 2 turtles.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
So then you go, and if Walker needs picked up, or if your rental property that you're staying at right now needs some type of fixing up, which it still does because of the bad
Bad hombres.
Booking.com people you had
Yes.
in there that destroyed the place, which to this day, it's looking like the Tampa PD or the prosecuting attorneys aren't going to do anything about it.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
Trust me, I feel your pain. And so, you got that, or
Yes.
your dad might need something across the bay. So you'll cross the bay, go into Madeira Beach or wherever your father lives, Treasure Island, help him out. He's got he's got rentals too.
Yes, he
which I
does.
think he leans heavily on you to help take care of various things too.
Yeah, every once in a while.
You're the heavy lifter of the BRN, so if something needs to be shuttled upstairs, merchandise wise, you do that. So that's kind of your world.
Yes.
So where does your world put you at an old woman's house tearing stuff out yesterday after the show? Who, where, when, what, why?
It was at one of the rentals, and the lady is.
Hold on, one of the you mean one
my
of your
dad's
okay.
place? Yeah.
So one of your father's rentals.
Yeah.
Okay.
The lady's no longer there.
She died.
I think so.
Did she use the auto pen and put you guys in her will?
No, but she just got evicted.
So hold on.
She left a lot of
She didn't
things.
die.
died.
Hold on. So hold on. Papa Garrison went up there and healed out as the landlord and threw grandma on her ass.
Yeah, I was the first person he's ever evicted. So.
And now she's dead?
Nice.
Well,
How does he sleep at night?
I don't
By the
know
way,
if
for
she's
those
dead.
watching us on Rumble, man, give us a follow. We picked up some followers today, so thank you very much. So she's
dead, dude. She
not
got
dead.
homeless and then she's dead.
No,
She moved in with some great people, I'm sure.
Okay, so your pop kicked her out, and was she a hoarder? Was she a slob?
She was a hoarder.
So do you virtually got to go in like with one of Aaron's dump trailers
Yes.
and just gut it?
Gut it. Take everything out. Gut it.
Everything but the walls and the fixtures and the stove. Everything's got to go.
What's the worst thing you found?
I'd say
butt plug.
No,
Did grandma have a butt plug?
No, that's
she liked
funny.
having stuffed cats, which I didn't like.
Wait, stuffed cats?
She had stuff. So
like
she
her
would
old dead cats that she stuffed
I
them?
think they
like
were all
taxidermy
cats.
stuff.
Yes.
So hold on, like
But
so
it was
she
like her animals.
Not like turkey.
No, hold on. So her pet cats, rather than the bury or cremate,
Keep 'em
she
around.
would stuff. And she had how many of her old cats? Of her old
6 cats, 3 birds.
stuff.
All stuffed?
Yes.
There's
Stuffed.
3 stuffed birds too?
Yes.
Now
Parrots.
you would think if she was so whacked out that she would, in leaving, she would want to take these.
You would think so.
I mean,
She's dead, dude.
No, well, she's not dead.
She's not dead. She's in a nursing home.
She's living with her friends.
Yes.
So, let me,
underground.
did you throw these? Did you offer her? Did you call her and say, "Hey, listen,
Yeah,
Matt"?
we gave her a weekend to clean her stuff out, and she didn't take any of it.
So, but what about her like precious cats? I mean, do they have like soundtracks? Do they meow and stuff?
No, they're just probably on.
Just sit there.
So Lummy, is it
pet him?
Is it take another? Is it going to take another?
She had food for her dead kids. Bubba, you're missing the greatest stuff here. She was feeding her dead cats
and kitty litter. She had it sitting there in the kitchen.
Oh my god!
And she had the stuffed cats around.
How old was she, Lummy?
110.
I think she was like 78, 79.
All right, so did you get it all done yesterday, or do you got another day of it?
Yeah, we got it done all yesterday. Over the weekend.
Now,
yesterday.
Was it you and a couple? I mean, you didn't do that all by yourself. Did you have some help?
Uncle Eric and his nephew helped me out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you think being around grandma's possible black mold, hoarding,
stuffed
cats you might have picked something up, and that's causing your voice to sound like it's been stretched.
Yeah, I was messing with I was messing with the fan. And the fan looked like it hadn't been cleaned in about 4 years.
Oh, so...
And that one went right on my head, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
so you take the duster. Really what you got to do is you got to take the shop vac up there with an attachment.
Yep.
Otherwise, it's just going to go on the floor and you're going to breathe it.
And that's what I did. I'm like a dumbass.
So you got grandma's dander and all that cat stuff, all that thin... that 16th of an inch of dust that's on the fan blades.
Now you know what Cuomo smells like.
It smells bad.
So anyway, here is I think Rand. Isn't he from Kentucky? Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky. Isn't he a doctor too?
Yes, he is.
Like a doctor like you? Like a doctor.
Yeah, he's not like a doctor of education like Biden's wife.
No, that's what I'm saying.
He's a big boy doctor.
Like a physic.
Yeah, he was a doctor.
Like a physician.
Mm-hmm. I think he was an internist. I don't remember.
Oh, okay. So does that lead some credence to the,
he's a smart guy. I don't necessarily believe everything he says or sign on every one of his policies, but he's absolutely an intelligent guy.
Right.
Has insight. And he saw from the very beginning that Fauci was full of shiz.
Along. He's with us now. Senator, welcome back to National Report. Okay, Trump administration 2.0.
Now, did they pardon Fauci? Did Biden pardon Fauci from now till all
Kingdom
of time?
Come, yeah.
From now till all of time?
Pretty much.
So that whatever Fauci did or whatever payoffs he took or however he fabricated this COVID thing and made us, basically...
Essentially, he's above the law no matter what, in any context, for the last 50 years. And for the next 20 years,
now,
essentially,
does that piss off a lot of people?
Yeah.
Back in charge. Are you hopeful that they actually get to the bottom of COVID-19?
We're excited about the Trump administration actually helping. We've been through several years of the Biden administration actually trying to hide the ball, covering up what had happened, obscuring the truth, and really refusing to give any records concerning this. I've been trying for over 3 years to get non-classified records about the decision to fund the research in Wuhan, and it's been denied.
Dan, can you imagine if you were a senator, how much havoc you would cause? You'd be like, I want to see these reports right now.
Yeah,
all the stuff that they're trying, all the stuff they're trying to kayfabe you, and you would just completely go and call them out and just go crazy.
Here's why it would be difficult for me to be a senator, because they have to spend a lot of time fundraising, and they're always drinking. And I'm not an alcoholic, and I hate asking people for money.
Yeah,
and that's all they do. And then after you give money, they're beholden to you, and so they spend their whole lives, trying to get money, and then they have to return favors.
And then at the end of the day, they got, somebody's got them on the hook for something.
Right, they all got on the hook.
But I can tell you, under Secretary Kennedy, under Jay Bhattacharya, the records are beginning to flow. And what we're discovering is, yes, they did debate over whether or not it was gain of function. Fauci said everybody said it was not.
Now, Dan, when they talk about gain of function, what does that mean?
That's when they take a little virus that's relatively innocuous and make it really dangerous. That's when they turn a mouse into a monster.
Now, hold on. Is that done by man?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Wait. It could be done by nature over like millions of years.
Absolutely.
It could be done by men over a few months.
Be like saying, naturally, this area is gonna like deteriorate with rain and washout, or it's naturally, and it'll take 15 years for us to have a little bit of or I could take my excavator and just dig a big ass hole right now, and it's the same effect.
Right.
10 years of nature, or undermining a certain area, or me getting in there with my skid steer and scooping it out, man-made. So it's the same thing. I guess things can evolve over time, but we can also, to have an event that was as serious as COVID, it had to be manufactured.
Right. And so there's two ways. One makes it more contagious, and the other is to make it more, deadly.
Not gain of function. Well,
Did you, in the perfect world, if there's no right or wrong answers, and you're just to give your prediction, just your prediction, did they develop it in Wuhan and then gave it to a bunch of people that work over there and then sent them to America?
You're asking what my theory is?
Yes.
Okay, so my theory
So
on
your
this...
theory, no right or wrong answer. This is just your theory as to how did COVID get here and how did it become what it became?
My theory, which is based on a lot of reading and a lot of research, is as follows. The COVID virus started in North Carolina, where it was originally designed. Then because
By who?
By the University of North Carolina and the government.
Okay.
Funded research. And then when the political environment changed and they were trying to say we can't do any more gain of function studies, they sent it to Wuhan, China to continue the gain of function studies, which was still being funded with public dollars.
And when you talk about gain of function studies, they're taking this disease that they developed and they're testing it and finding out just very different variances and what it will do. And there's a lot of testing in.
Right, and polishing, making it even better and better and better. And they have patents. U.S. companies have patents on the COVID-19 virus well before COVID-19 started.
So why?
So we knew about this virus. We developed this virus. And then we're like, listen, we can't. This is like, Bubba, if you have something like, okay, so you have like this really nice Rolex and you're really worried about it because it's, so you load it, you hit this guy hold it for you. This dude's going to hold your Rolex for you, okay? And you just assume he's going to take care of it, but he's a dumbass. And what does he do? He gets it stolen. So here's what happened. We sent it to China, where they're incompetent, in my opinion.
And don't like us to begin with.
Yeah, but this is pure incompetency. They're incompetent. They had substandard policies to protect against a leak of a virus. And then they had an accidental leak because I think two of the guys that were working with it got sick. Well, then China freaks out.
Hold on, with the
COVID.
Two of the lab guys get it, and then China
starts spreading it, and China panics like, uh-oh, we're going to be in trouble for this. Let's come up with a better idea.
Let's send somebody to America.
Better than that, Bubba. We're getting ahead of it. Let's release it purposefully in the wet market. Because the DNA of the wet market virus versus the original virus that the people were getting sick from back in August of 2019 are slightly different. So then after China released it in the wet market, then they're like, okay, Chinese New Year, Happy New Year. And they sent all these people across the world. One of the reasons that Italy was so badly affected is because they do a ton of business with China, and there's a ton of people going back and forth between China and Italy at the time because China was rebuilding Italy's infrastructure. So that's why Italy got snapped so hard on it. That's what happened. And then it started in America. It was entrusted to the Chinese. The Chinese dumbasses, in my opinion, let it leak, and then vilely, viciously, maliciously, purposefully re-released it at the wet market, and then the rest is history.
Then it got global legs.
Yep.
And then we ended up where we were.
We're going to get to the bottom of this, and ultimately Dr. Fauci is going to need to come back in and explain why he made this decision. There ultimately will be an interview, either voluntarily or involuntarily. If he won't come, he will have to come back and explain to the American people why he decided to fund this research in China. This may be one of the greatest medical errors in modern history.
So is Rand Paul saying we should have stopped it in North Carolina when they pulled the funding and be done with it, and not send it to China, some non-trustworthy son of a bitches that at the end of the day is responsible? We had it contained when we were going to shut it down in North Carolina. Why Fauci decided to, which it was solely his call, or he was one of the people who made the call, to take this research and further it in China? That's a question he needs to be asked, right?
Yeah.
Has he been asked that question?
No, and there's another question nobody's talking about. Why was South Africa researching and working on the virus, and then suddenly the Omicron variant, which has been pretty much the prevalent variant in the entire world for the last couple of years, that just happened to just start in South Africa. You don't think there's maybe a possibility that in Africa they did the same thing the Chinese did and like dropped the ball and accidentally dispersed that virus or purposefully dispersed that Omicron super variant in Africa?
Yeah.
That we've all caught now? Everyone that's caught COVID has an Omicron variant.
I think
the
everybody.
old Delta's gone.
I think everybody that I know has had COVID at least once. I don't know if any. Lummy, have you? I mean, I think you're so stupid though, Lummy. You have COVID. Like you might even have it right now.
Yeah, I could.
But just you're so big and lummox, like it can't take you down.
Exactly.
Like the normal COVID that would take a girl right down to her knees and she'd be damn near hospitalized. That's just like a sniffle for you.
Yeah.
So I mean, Dan, is there anybody that you know that has not ever had COVID?
I bet one person said they had no COVID ever. Never had it, never got the vaccine, never nothing. One person.
And he bears a large part of the responsibility for this.
Sure. And it doesn't stop with the D&I. President Trump signing an executive order ending all present and all future federal funding of gain-of-function research in foreign nations like China.
Lummy, I just got notification that we got a TikTok payment into our PayPal, and it's pretty decent.
Yeah, not too bad.
You guys are working TikTok too.
Yes, we are.
I just got a payday on the deal.
All right.
Good job, you and Gary and Macho Man.
What are your thoughts on this executive order signed by the president?
I think it's a great idea.
So basically, Dan, I'm not going to go through this entire 8 minutes. Is basically Trump, did he sign something that is requiring Fauci to come back on the Hill and investigate Fauci's actions? Is that what inevitably Trump just signed?
I think there's two different things. I think Trump signed an executive order banning future and present gain-of-function studies. I think now that they are going to continue to have Fauci try to testify because of two reasons. Number one is what happened with the auto pen is his pardon real? That's going to be investigated. But let's assume he is pardoned. If he's pardoned, then he has to answer the questions, because he's got no risk of jail. And so the only time you can avoid answering questions to Congress is if A, you don't know, or B, it would be self-incriminating. Well, if you're pardoned, you can't self-incriminate. So then he is absolutely obliged to tell the truth now.
So
but if he did, he'd be dragged through the freaking streets and drawn and quartered by the people.
Can he plead the fifth?
That's what I'm saying. He can't plead the fifth. Because there is no self-incrimination risk if he's pardoned.
So here's the deal.
It takes the fifth out of the picture.
Since there is no penalty for answering the question, regardless of how you answer it, you can't plead the fifth because you already have immunity upon prosecution.
Correct.
So that's why you do plead the fifth, is so that you cannot incriminate yourself on a potential violation. Well, since they've given this guy immunity and there is no violation, we just need to know the truth. Maybe the fifth isn't in play. And he has to actually answer the question.
Exactly.
Fauci.
Mm-hmm.
And Dan, didn't you say you've had your eye on Fauci dating back to the AIDS era, where he single-handedly, for whatever job he had during the 80s when AIDS was around, there
was two paths, and he chose his path where he made money on it. It was the wrong path because the other path was actually successful. So he fought it all the way and ruined careers over it.
Governmentally?
Yeah, and through his positions in the government. When you control the purse, Bubba, you control everything.
Yeah. So when we return, listen, I think it's time that they bring in, Ghislaine Maxwell and start asking her some questions. Now, the Department of Justice is urging the Supreme Court to turn away her appeal. I guess she's got an appellate issue, supposedly.
Yeah, because Epstein's agreement said that his helpers could not be charged. And she was a helper, and he was working with the government, which makes us all so disgusting as we find out more about it.
And by the way, she's never. Now it says that she never cut a deal. They never gave her a plea deal. They charged her up and ran her down the river. They never had a deal in place for her at all. So, I guess probably the only way you'd want a deal is if you needed to know the list. But since we already have the list, you didn't need to make a deal with her now, did you? Which almost validates
the
the
list
fact
that we don't have, the list that doesn't exist.
So what I'm saying is it almost validates the fact that there is a list out there.
Mm-hmm.
Because the DOJ and the government, when you're going to Ghislaine Maxwell and you're like, listen, you're facing 23 years in prison, or if you have the list, we can get you down to 5 and get you in and out because we need that list. We need to find what influential politicians are on here. They're just trying to. And you know what? It almost validates that Trump's on the list now, doesn't it? But with all this hide the football reindeer games they're playing. So the government doesn't have to give Ghislaine Maxwell a deal when they got the list, and she has nothing of importance to them. Because they got it all. He's dead, so he can't testify. He's dead. I mean, we can't. We don't need a bunch of dirt on him because he's dead, and we're not trying to ring him up the river because he already rang himself up the river. And we don't really need to cut a deal with you because we have the list. So go do your time, bitch. And I think that's what they did. But now it's the list is what everybody's talking about.
How long until she ends up dead?
Oh yeah,
before the list comes out.
Has she start yapping yet? Like I got a little footage here. Is she yapping? Because if she wants,
she's not saying nothing. Not a damn thing. She's been silent.
Yeah, she wants to go to Congress and probably make a deal.
I mean, she needs to go to Congress. The Democrats,
they always try to make a deal, dude. Isn't it weird that there's no deal on the table?
No deal.
They always try to make a deal.
Always, because they don't want to. They want to just settle.
Didn't they even try to make a deal with you?
Yes. Hold on. When I was facing animal cruelty charges, listen to this.
Right. They were trying to railroad you, and yet they still tried to make a deal.
So listen to this. It's the last day. It's closing arguments, and the state has put 0 expert witnesses on. We put 4 veterinarians and 3 hunters on as expert witness. We put a guy from Gainesville, Dan, that was a professor on like hunting or something.
Yeah, you had professional trappers. You had everything. You had evidence that the court could consider.
I actually had veterinarians that would testify that the slitting of the throat. I'm sorry. That the cutting of the balls, that you cut the balls off a wild feral hog before you kill it, so that there's not a testosterone surge,
which games up the meat,
which makes the meat more gamey. I had 3 of those dudes. So, and the state of Florida has nothing. Nobody. They're just laying down because they have nothing. They cannot find anybody to say what I did was wrong. So they lay down. They know they're done. So we're going in last day of court, Lummy. This is just, for closing arguments and for to give it to the jury. And Daryl Dirks comes up to Kevin Hazlett, and I think Steve was there too. And he said, "Listen, we'll plead this down to a misdemeanor. It'll be the equivalent to fishing without a license." It would be equivalent to fishing without a license. That's what they tried to plead me down. Now, Dan, most people should have taken that. You're facing 5 years in prison.
Oh, I'd have taken that.
Yeah. So hold on. You're facing 5 years in prison or a $38 fine.
Fishing without license.
And fishing without a license.
I'll take it.
And you know what I said?
I'm going to the jury.
I said, I'm going to the jury, buddy, because I didn't do anything wrong. And all the people from Clear Channel iHeart, Clear Channel. Yeah.
They all thought you were stupid.
They're like, listen, we're paying for this. And I guess they kind of had the right where they could step in. And I go,
up to a point.
I'm like, no. I don't care. No. And we went to a jury, and they found me not guilty in 52 minutes. And the state of Florida actually served ham sandwich for the jury lunch. Yes. But yes, Dan, you're right. They always cut a deal. Unless they had her so lock, stock, and barrel that they didn't need a cut a deal, right?
Well, they can't try her yet. They got so lock, stock, and barrel. She's still sitting there waiting, pending a trial.
No, she's done.
No, she's done.
They tried her?
I think she has like 20 years.
She got 23. You know what, Dan? It was like a super kayfabe Blue Jay. Nobody knew really. Dan, Lummy, I don't know that they even covered it much.
Not much.
Like
no.
it wasn't covered. Like Dan, you didn't even know that the bitch had been to trial.
So they got her for 20 years, but they couldn't get Diddy for a month.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
We're going to talk about DOJ urges Supreme Court to turn away Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal. And then supposedly, Lummy, I don't know if she's yapping or not, but I mean, obviously the current administration's playing reindeer games with this client list. There's only one person that could tell you for sure whether there's a client list. This bitch.
Yeah.
Why ain't we talking to her? You know the Democrats are going to ring her up. Next thing you're going to see is her in some judiciary house committees, right?
From jail? Would they really have her testify as a convicted felon now? Because her testimony is impeachable.
Because the reindeer games that the Trump administration is playing with this list, the Democrats are going to try to ring Trump up on this deal. Because he was very adamant about being transparent and releasing the JFK files and releasing the Epstein files. And Pam Bondi, said that I have it on my desk when she was all. Dan Bonagino, the assistant director of the FBI, knows the truth and he won't come into work. I think he quit over the deal because he wants to show the list, and now the list is no longer available.
He came back yesterday.
He did?
Yeah, he didn't really say much though.
Yeah, the list, the client list. Everybody, no matter what your political affiliation, you'd have to at least be on it's an honest statement to say that the current administration is being a little wishy-washy on this list.
She's up in Tallahassee, Bob. I didn't know that.
Who?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Oh, okay.
Dan,
would you at least agree to that? They're being a little wishy-washy on this list that they don't have. I meant that.
This is staying right now in the administration because of this, because they promised something that they say doesn't exist now.
I actually, Lummy, found myself, I was watching Blaze TV yesterday, and I was watching the Glenn Beck show. And even Glenn Beck, who knows Donald Trump, who talks to Donald Trump, who is, a very much a conservative talking head. He's syndicated on, 400 or 500 terrestrial radio station on the Glenn Beck show. And then he has his infamous television studios, the Blaze, which is who Alex Stein works for on the late night. I think Alex isn't on the TV part. He's on the internet part.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Glenn Beck, by all means, is a very straight shooting conservative. And I was watching him yesterday, and he's like, Mr. President. And he was like Danny, it was like he was directing his monologue to the president. And he was like, Mr. President, you were so transparent when, and ran on the fact that you're going to get this list out and you're going to get the JFK list out. And then early on in your administration, arrogantly, Pam Bondi says she has the list on her desk. And now that's been turned to, she meant that she had the file on the desk, but maybe there wasn't a list in the file. This is Glenn Beck talking. This doesn't look good for the party. It puts a stain on the party. It looks like you're infighting, and it looks like you're covering something up. I think the American public, as much as you're saying, I guess the president has said a few times, why is people still talking about that? But that makes you look dumber. And here's the deal, man. If Trump is so freaked out that he's on the list, first of all, he's a lame duck president. They can't do anything to him. Being on the list means you might have just flown on the Lolito Express, and there's probably a certain amount of people that flew on that plane to Epstein Island that did nothing but vacation with or blast or party with above age chicks. I don't know how.
Wild assumption, but I guess you're right.
No, I'm just saying, if you take the worst assumption, if you think the worst, Dan, that's the worst.
What? That was happening? They were banging underage chicks?
No. I said of age.
Okay, so you're saying there's got to be some people that were only there on the up and up? and only banging of above age prostitutes.
Or not even banging.
Or not just banging.
Just enjoying this unbelievable island that's situated in the Caribbean all by itself that has.
Urkel was on the list?
Yeah, so I'm saying there's probably within the list some people that didn't do anything wrong. They just went there. And then there's obviously some people on the list that did some really bad things. So, like, I don't know, man. We got the list. We don't got the list.
It's weird.
It's just not a good look. It's just not a good look. It makes MAGA and it makes people who supported you look kind of stupid because your whole thing is being transparent and honest. Look how they rang you up on 34 charges in New York. I mean, like, you have been the victim and they have screwed with you so much so that when you have a trump card like the Epstein list that you alluded to, that your Department of Justice, Pam Bondi, everybody and their brother, I think even little Marco Rubio addressed that there was a list and it was coming. Your FBI, Patel, when he gets Lummy upon his confirmation, I think he started getting all about the list. I think Bonagino talked about the list, and the only one that's not necessarily lockstep into how Trump's, trying to kayfabe the list is Bonagino, and he didn't report to work for a day or two.
Right, he protested. But Bubba, it would be like this. If you said, that your sister made a bunch of cupcakes for us yesterday, and then today we're like, okay, where are the cupcakes? Like that, no cupcakes. We'd be pissed.
Yeah, I'm just saying cupcakes.
Yeah. I mean, you just promised us cupcakes. I want my freaking cupcakes.
Well, I mean,
they promised us the list.
They did.
So where's the goddamn list?
So no matter, to me,
I don't care if it's a list of his laundry. Give me some kind of freaking list.
Right. And so it just makes you lead to believe is why are they hiding it?
Yeah, it's really Santa Claus.
Why are they? It's very Santa Claus. It sucks. And you got a chick that's doing 23 years that may know it all.
She does.
She knows it all.
Why is she not talking?
Listen. What did she really do? I guess you know what, Dan. What they said is, well, they got her for grooming. Mm-hmm. She groomed. So I can't underplay what she did because what
grooming
she did
is evil. It's an evil thing. When you take an underage kid, you show him a bunch of shiny stuff, you give him a bunch of promises.
This
and in
bitch
return,
is a monster. This bitch needs to do the time she did because
she's a bad person.
Because she would go
Allegedly.
into she would there's testimony and facts in the West Palm Beach in that arrest that she would go into middle schools and find cute chicks.
Yeah, it's evil.
And this is not allegedly. This is documented. Mm-hmm. This is how he got hemmed up in West Palm, and then given a sweetheart deal. But she would go into middle schools and find the cute little cheerleaders, the 13, 14-year-olds.
Why can't they just do that in colleges? The kids in colleges will be just as receptive. Yeah. Why do they got to prey on middle school 15-year-olds?
Because Dan, they're wired like sickos. That 19-year-old University of Tampa girl doesn't turn him on as much as a 13-year-old does. We can't wrap our brains around it because we don't think like that. I'm thinking, you know what, Dan, if I had all that money and I had, a couple Pippies and a Lummy and we could go out there and have some...
You'd be at USF. You wouldn't be at the middle school.
I would go Lummy. Lummy.
Yes.
Money's no object.
All right.
I want you to go to University of Tampa and University of South Florida.
Yes.
I want you to try to find chicks that want to come out and hang by my pool.
Perfect.
And then tell them this. If they end up sleeping or blasting me, they get $1,500.
All right. Easy.
I'm not condoning that action in itself. Like, even that's not cool, probably, or legal. But Lummy, I want to reiterate the fact that I want them to at least be in college. And I'd like for you to ask the question, you're above 18, aren't you?
Yes.
And Lummy, preferably if you could take a picture of the ID. Right, Dan?
Yeah, arguably make sure they're 21 so you can get them to drink and not get in trouble for that either.
Exactly.
Let's party, let's party legally.
You send Lummy and Peppy and Pippi, out into the bowels of USF and the university. We're not sending them to Jesuit middle school.
No.
I guess that's all guys. But I'm just saying, we're not sending them to Plant Middle School.
All right, Bubba Diddy.
Lummy, go to Plant Middle School, okay? Now, listen, kids in middle school, they're underage.
That's right.
I mean, even if you're the dumbest middle schooler ever and you flunked 8th grade 3 times, I still think you're only 15.
Right.
I mean, I'm just saying. Anyway, they need to get this chick rung up on some talking. You know, that or this. Does this just secretly go away? By the way,
it's never going away, Bubba. It can't go away.
If you're watching us on Rumble, thank you. My name is Bubba the Love Sponge. We do a show every morning, 6 to 10 live right here. And it's replayed throughout the day if you want to click on the Bubba Army channel, if you will. More importantly, give us a following. Follow us so we can continue to build our numbers. We appreciate everybody on Rumble that works with us, Lummy, and we've been getting some front page love. Is that our buddy Justin?
Yes.
Yes, Justin. So, Justin, thank you. Today's been Lummy, if we could have every day like today, you'd never hear us bitching. Nope. We could be super serving those clients. You know, like the what is it? The wellness, the parasite cleanse.
Yeah, the TWC.
Lummy, did you ask them? I want to do that.
Yes, I did.
I want to do that parasite cleanse.
You should, Bubba. I think I support it.
Have you ever done one before?
I did one on my own about a month ago.
And
just did 5 days of ivermectin, 0.4 milligrams per kilogram. And I just decided to do a cleanse. I did one on my daughter
Did you? Now, can you still eat? Can you still eat?
Yeah, it's not a colon cleanse. You're just taking some anti-parasitic medicine.
Okay.
You eat as much as you want. You don't have any diarrhea.
If I can't get it through TWC, maybe I get it through. I am a patient of yours, and you got a file on me a mile thick.
Yep, I sure do. And whatever you need, Bubba. You know
I know.
that.
Let me, when I come back, I'm going to maybe play a little bit of this Ghislaine Maxwell stuff. I don't know she's on the phone here. And again, last week, the Trump DOJ claimed that there were no client lists. Trump also said nobody cares about Epstein, suggesting that we should just move on. He couldn't have said anything worse.
I agree.
And now we're at a civil war. Everybody wants to know where the goddamn list is. We'll talk more about that next. Hold on.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Your G cleared up.
You can prescribe it, right?
Mm-hmm. Whatever you want.
Huh?
Whatever you need.
Back there.
Yeah, that's right. Anything, Bubba?
No. What's up? Looks like I'm on by myself. The fuck, Chuck?
Bring new insight into the life of former socialite and Jeffrey Epstein into the life.
What's up, Rumble? I'm on Rumble now. Let me see. I'm gonna reset that. Make sure you give us a follow on Rumble. We're still at 10-1. Like to be at 10-2. Appreciate you. Hi YouTube, how are you? And we are at, let me see where we are as far as likes, 740. That's pretty damn good. Let's get to the G-ball on that. Appreciate ya. Little fucking maintenance talk here. Over to Facebook. We had a pretty damn good day for Facebook yesterday. We hit like 13,000 views on the regular show. The show hit like 13,000 views. We had a pretty damn good day. Oh, hey everybody, how you doing? Thank you. Brian and Phyllis and Holyoke Joe. So if you guys can use your Facebooks to cut and paste the live link to our show on your Facebook, now you're promoting us within your Facebook, and it's, we're like herpes, we spread. And it's really good. Rudy from Florida's been working his ass off. CC Hall. Thomas Gilson, how you doing? Dude Bro, Self 420. Truth set you free. Let me like to get another 100 on the Fizz followers.
That would be great.
Still on the front page, too.
I know, especially after 8.
I can't believe this.
Thank you.
17,000 people and only 167 likes.
Now, you 17,000 people on Rumble could give us a like.
Yeah.
You could give us a thumbs up because that's very disparaging. So, I mean, we got 18,000 people and only 167 fucking thumbs up. There's a bad guy in a woodpile around there somewhere. We'll be on in a minute 55. Minute 55. I was going to play this one thing yesterday.
Soul, quicken, and spirit.
I was going to play... Was it this? Oh, yeah, remember this guy got his ass kicked?
Yeah.
Oh, is this the one you're talking about?
Yeah, there's a lot of cussing on it.
I don't know what you're doing. You're not scaring anybody. You're just making yourself. Hey, man. Come on, man. Hey. Hey, I'll do this guy, buddy. I fucking told you! Man, leave him alone. You want to know?
Yeah, the aggressor got his ass kicked.
I love that.
The aggressor got his ass thrown in the water.
What? How do you wet? The alligator bite his ass?
I got it all on record.
What?
Hey, you want to fucking go, guy?
By the way, he's a former NHL guy.
Hey, leave him alone, man. I wouldn't go back, you fucking moron. Hey!
Bang!
Come on, man.
Look at those bangs.
How do you get in there? Like, just like,
Hey,
enough! Are you still cheering on?
And the NHL guy, he wasn't the one that caused the problem.
Yeah. Enough! Get out! Hey. Enough! Hey, get him the fuck out of here! No, it's not going out. It's not okay. I'm gonna fucking get moving. I said stop looking like an idiot. Get out of here. Fucking you guys need.
I don't know if Macho didn't play that last time. Let me we'll play it again.
I'll check.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I don't think it ran, Lemon.
It did in Macho's in the kitchen.
So I'll run it next break.
Perfect.
There was this NHL guy, former NHL dude. Wasn't a big name or nothing. And he's out golfing. And this guy up here, this guy right here, starts trying to like screw with this other twosome that's golfing. This guy right here, like, gets all defiant and starts getting up in this former NHL guy by the name, I think his name is Nick Tarnarski or something.
Yeah.
And
played for the Lightning for a little bit.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So it's so graphic and has such so many bad words on me that I can't play it.
Yeah.
But I guess, and you could tell that the Nick Tarnowski guy had some NHL experience, because see how he would take his left hand and try to like keep him at bay.
Yeah,
like
so it wouldn't be like falling off the ice.
He had perfect NHL fighting stance. Like Lummy had it perfect.
Exactly, yeah.
Now, supposedly, I think they found this dude, right? This is the guy that caused most of the problem.
The guy with the beard?
I think
they got.
They did, but it's not these three guys.
Oh, it's not?
No.
All right.
We already have our first non-hockey, summer moment. Former NHLer, former tough guy, Nick Tarnowski.
Which, by the way, man, this guy, Lummy, you should see him. He was laying bombs.
Yeah, he was.
Went viral the other
day. Like a Tony Twist. You know what I'm saying?
Day. Playing golf.
Steve Orlowski.
And ran into an unruly golfer and ended up, tossing him into the pond, giving him a couple punches.
Oh my God, his maybe they'll show it here, edited.
The pawn toss?
No, just not only the pawn toss, but just he pummeled him. Those right fists were connecting.
Yeah.
Is punctuated with bam every time he fought or punched, similar to like a Batman movie character here. Not surprising that a enforcer would enforce, on.
And I don't even think the league. I think the league has changed where they've kind of got away from the enforcer. It's more finesse and speed now, so that that position that you're occupying on your roster of the goon, you can have another winger or a center, and just have a defenseman that's pretty tough. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And I think that goon is officially gone from the league.
The on the links here, but Drew, you didn't play with Nick. I don't know how well you know him, but how likely is this where you've got an enforcer and he's policing things on the ice, but off the ice, old habits are hard to break.
Yeah, I mean, most of those guys who are really tough on the ice are also
I don't think this
pretty
is the
tough
one
off
where they
the
interview
ice.
the guy.
I never played with Nick, but I heard some stories about Nick my first year pro.
You don't think this is?
No, because the guy has a beard. It's that guy right there with the hat is the one that got beat up.
Yeah, but he goes on to admit. So so these guys just break down the Nick Tarnowski guy. All right, is this another video?
No, I think you gotta scroll down a little bit more.
Oh, okay. Let me see. It's not giving me a back option here. Because he gets
right there.
I think he gets on the air and he bona fidely says the bad guy bona fidely says, I'm the dick. I'm the guy that caused all the problems. I deserved to get my ass whipped. I need to take an L.
He says that?
Yeah, listen, here we go. Which I love. I
respect him for that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's around the goal. I got it all in.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Yep, that's me, guys. The guy that got dropped like a bucket of balls in a pond. Not my finest moment, I know. Looks real bad. Played 36 holes of golf. We drank way too much, and my mouth ran faster than my brain. All jokes aside, guys, I'd like to apologize to all the folks on the course, anyone caught up in it, and anyone who had to deal with me that day. I lost my cool, and I've learned from it. Just one of those days where you should have kept the card on the path.
Man, he got thrown like a sack of potatoes right there. Watch this one. This one.
And I've learned from it. Just one of those days where you should have kept the card on the path, Stay hydrated, keep your stick on the ice, maybe stick to 18.
Wow.
I think
it was more an endearing apology than Diddy's apology after he beat up that chick.
Yeah. I mean, that worked. You know what? I got to be honest with you, Dan.
I forgive him.
That works for me.
I forgive him.
Yeah, I'd be like, you know what, dude? I got you.
Yeah.
John Consika, $100.
I got mad respect for the
buddy,
guy.
listen,
He's a douchebag, but he's a noble douchebag from Canada.
You were a douche, but you pulled the nose up and you manned up, and I'll take it.
See, the Canadians are polite, aren't they?
They're strong Canadians.
They're very polite. They clean up their mess. He cleaned up his mess.
Canadians, Midwesterners, upper Oopers. They're all
what's
cool.
An Ooper?
Upper Michigan. Michigan has two parts to it.
Yeah.
The upper part, if you're like from Traverse City and things like that, the little cities of Michigan, which is part of the Upper Peninsula, you're called a Youper.
Oh, okay.
And they're, that's as close to being to Canada as you can get.
And they're pretty much Canadian.
Pretty much Canadian.
Yeah. So Canada's going
let me do. I need to give you. I got some honey.
Yes, I'll take some honey.
Oh man, you jumped on that.
I sure did.
I got throat coat over here.
Oh, I'll take
what kind of honey
throat
is it?
Well,
it's something to coat my throat.
What do you mean? What is it? It's just honey.
Is it local? Is it from Michigan or
I don't
something?
know,
You just brought
Dan.
it up like it was from up there, from like UP.
That was
honey.
after Lummy did his noticeably hoarse comment.
Yes.
And then I know that I was like, hey, I got a throat coat regiment here that I'll be able to help you with next break. Come over to Big Papa,
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Clem.
All right.
For the throat coat.
Thank
We're
you,
going to
Dr.
go now
Clem.
to our GMA cover story. New insight into the life of former socialite and Jeffrey Epstein's alleged co-conspirator.
Let me get a hold of Justin, our boy at, is that his name, at
Yes.
Rumble,
Yeah.
and tell him today is just The best.
Will do.
Ghislaine Maxwell, how she went from growing up in one of Britain's richest families to an American jail cell. ABC's James Longman has a preview of tonight's 2020 special, all on Maxwell. Good morning, James.
Oh, so I guess ABC or whoever had a special on Ghislaine Maxwell. Must not have been too blockbuster because I didn't hear anything about it.
No.
Yeah, good morning, Cecilia. Ghislaine Maxwell stands accused of multiple sex crimes.
By the way, Lummy, you said she's in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Against minors, but in her early life, she was surrounded by celebrities and royalty. Now, in a new ABC News special, including an exclusive interview with her brother Ian, we find out what led her down the path to Jeffrey Epstein.
Ask you about all the allegations that have come out, Ghislaine.
Happy New Year.
Ghislaine Maxwell, the woman seen at Jeffrey Epstein's side.
See, I don't think Epstein was blasting her.
Look at the way he's looking at her. He blasted her. Are you kidding me? Dude, that did blast.
She was too old. She was
Come
too
on,
old. He
dude.
wasn't blasting her.
They blasted a few times.
She was just a... Okay,
No,
they may
because
have,
rumor has it he had a deformed penis and he did not like to have sex.
So hold on.
Yes.
Did he have like Peronis or something like that? And he didn't like to have sex. So what's he doing?
He likes to watch lesbian shows and use toys on women.
All right, so that's what he liked. He wasn't about having intercourse with him. Danny probably had Peronis.
Yeah, I guess. Either that or...
I know I had a guy who had Peronis, and it completely stops you having sex.
Really?
Yes, like you've got to get it
like
fixed.
the loop?
Unless you want to have sex around the corner. And most people don't have the large enough penis to go around the corner, Lummy. So you got this question mark of a penis that can't go in without, hurting you or her.
It's true.
Society events around the world about to face trial. She's accused of helping Epstein recruit and groom underage victims for sexual abuse. Allegations going back 2 decades.
Man, I wish he wouldn't have killed himself. I would have loved that trial. But again, that's why he did kill himself, because he was killed. They killed him. He didn't kill himself. They killed him. They had to. Bill Clinton had to get him killed. Oh, wait, we got to get him out of here.
That was Hillary.
Hillary killed him.
And she has pleaded not guilty. Not much is known about her privileged upbringing, but as the new ABC News 2020 Notorious Ghislaine Maxwell reveals,
So Dan, she didn't come from white trash, like he sucked her in to be his henchman. She came from very wealthy, elite area in the UK. That's a little bit strange. Usually your setup man comes from humble beginnings and you're offering him an exorbitant amount of money to do that. She lived a very privileged life, which makes it even more crazier that she would do that, right?
I think so. I mean, but that put her in that circle, though, to have access.
Yeah, it put her in that really exclusive billionaire circle, if you will. And those people are the most wackedest of all. But money tends to lead to corruption, tends to lead to shadiness. I'm just telling you.
Death and financial scandals were only the beginning.
One of the most powerful publishers in the world has died, Robert Maxwell. He disappeared today from his yacht.
So her dad was a publisher.
And disappeared?
On his yacht. Yeah, listen, hold on.
Disappeared?
Listen.
No more BS.
While the official cause of death was a heart attack, a lot of people didn't buy it.
Has a consensus been reached in your family on how your father died?
Ghislaine, uniquely in our family, has always thought he was murdered. And she's alone in that. It's her profound conviction that that is what happened.
The world's... So the dad dies, and the family's tore up about it, and did he say that she's the one that says... The whole family kind of agrees that he may have had a heart attack or died, but she believes that he got killed. Is that what that guy's saying?
Yes.
Yes. Basically flocked to the Canary Islands.
Ghislaine Maxwell takes the lead, giving a press conference on the deck of the yacht that her father had named the Lady Ghislaine.
I want to thank the press for their courtesy and consideration.
Then, just a few weeks after his death, a massive scandal drops.
It was discovered that he had looted hundreds of millions of dollars from his employees' pension funds.
It was not.
So he was like a Bernie Madoff gimmick.
Oh, man.
So he was doing he did like a Bernie Madoff gimmick.
Yeah, freaking scumbags.
Good time to be a Maxwell. And certainly not in England.
You can see why she gives up on London. She moves herself entirely to New York and into a one-room apartment.
It was about a year after that a photographer spotted her at an airport with the mysterious financier Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't think
this chick doesn't behave well, Lummy. Sometimes you got to yoke her up with that chain.
she could have found a greater facsimile to her father than Jeffrey Epstein. He came from nothing. He talked his way into position after position.
ABC News also interviewing several alleged victims, including Annie Farmer, who publicly identified herself as one of the 4 underage victims included in the criminal indictment against...
I think these chicks, let me end up getting paid. I think they made like $30 million a piece or something like that.
John Costica, $100.
God, Johnny, thank you. You know rent's coming up tomorrow, my friend. Thank you. No, rent's due today.
Oh, no.
I better check that account.
Maxwell
was
Let me check to see what the survivors settled for. I think there was a large settlement.
Really important part of the grooming process. Looking back at this series of events now, it's just so clear how...
Yeah, she's held up well from middle school.
For an English girl, because, you know, English girls don't usually hold up that well.
Grooming me to sexually abuse me.
Now, Maxwell remains in jail awaiting trial.
Each.
Multiple bail attempts have been denied. Her brother and his siblings say that she should be presumed innocent until the outcome of that trial, and it's due to take place in November. Cecilia?
All right, James, thank you so much. To our 2020 special, Notorious.
So Dan, it's looking like there's a trial in November? What happened to the first? I mean, wasn't there a first trial on her?
Yeah, there was, yeah.
Hey, Alexa. Did Ghislaine Maxwell go through a trial?
Yeah, it said 2022 on there.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
So there's multiple charges. So she was convicted in 22 for exploiting and abusing minor girls. That was the 22 conviction. I don't know what this new one is.
Yeah, can you look at?
But I knew that there's still charges, pending on her, which is why I'm like, it's just so weird. Because her case is, still in the court system. Plus, she's appealing that stuff.
All right, so this is her on the phone.
No, he didn't. I don't believe he did. I believe that he was murdered. Well, shocked. No, I wondered.
So they're saying, this is Ghislaine Maxwell, and obviously the question is, do you think that he was killed or he was murdered?
Yes.
And she said murdered.
How did it happen? Because as far as I was concerned, he was going to... I was sure he was going to appeal. And I was sure that he was covered under the non-prosecution agreement. Yeah. But I wasn't in the indictment. So I wasn't mentioned. I wasn't even one of the co-conspirators. I believe that he was murdered.
Well, maybe this is like a documentary or something. Again, all of this, what we're talking about, goes back to the fact that Trump campaigned on getting that Epstein list out within his first, 2 weeks of office. All of his talking heads, the head of the FBI, the head of the DOJ, they're all like, yeah, we got it. Pam Bondi goes on Jesse Waters' Fox and says, it's on my desk. Now, mysteriously, there is no list. And Pam Bondi said she meant that the file was on her desk, but within the file, there is no list.
Did it fall out?
I must have fallen out.
She has no shame. She has no heart. She has no conscience.
For Virginia Giuffre and survivors like her, there is no disputing the facts. As the court found, Ghislaine Maxwell procured underage girls for Jeffrey Epstein. She groomed them, sexually abused, and trafficked them.
And I think that's probably what she's serving now, is what I'm assuming.
In many ways, some say, she was even worse than the despicable Epstein.
I don't mean to sound sexist in any way, shape, or form, but I expected it from...
I didn't know how I got the plays double speed,
sped up version.
But I like it. And get it through it faster.
There you go.
But I didn't expect it from a woman. And, yeah, I think that's what hurts the most.
Yeah, all right, whatever.
What do you make of Ghislaine Maxwell's decision to speak from jail like this?
It wasn't a surprise.
It wasn't a surprise because it gives her still that feeling that she's in control, even behind bars. And I think she's doing it for attention.
She's going to be the next, man. She better watch out.
Yeah, sped up, they sound less English, don't they? The accent goes away if you speed them up.
Randy Kogan is a psychologist based in Florida's Palm Beach.
Okay, slow down so I can understand. Tell me what happened.
For years now, she's been treating women.
I love the 2Xer.
We'll keep it there.
I don't know how I did it, but I did it.
Who, as girls, were abused by Epstein and Maxwell. Is she a monster?
I think in many ways she is. What Ghislaine did, she hunted, she preyed on these girls and
Yeah, we know all that. We know that what she did. We know she's a hunter. Much like a feral cat trying to get that little mouser. But, tell us something that we don't know.
Them for sexual exploitation and sexual...
I think all this has been exposed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Trafficking. That's a monster.
Tell me something we don't know. Is there a list?
But from behind bars, Maxwell is determined to present a selfless side as she discusses her future with brother Kevin.
If you, when you win your appeal and get out of prison...
So I'm assuming, Dan, that maybe the November proceeding is the appeal. Because I don't know what else they can charge her with. I think they got her, up the river pretty good. 23 years for sexually grooming these middle school girls, and I think that's all been out. So the court case that they talk about is probably the appeal. Now, Jade, is that basically like a 5-second ordeal, and you roll up in there, and the judge either grants you appeal or not? It's like something that simple.
Well, you're not even automatically granted an oral argument. Normally it starts with writings, and then there's only oral argument if the appellate court decides that there's something that's unclear, and then they'll call both parties to an appellate argument. They give you literally 15 to 20 minutes, and that's that. And then they'll make a decision.
So 15 to 20 minutes on both sides. One, her side as a defendant, and then two, the governmental side as the prosecution. As to why she should stay, and her people are arguing why they need a new trial.
What the basis of the appeal is, why they think they need a new trial.
Now, could it be no matter what happens to her, does it all start with a new trial, or can they have a request that she gets out? Or does getting out require a new trial? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes. Getting out is very unlikely. In most appellate scenarios in the criminal world, it's a new trial. You go back and you got to go try again. Very, very unusually is a situation where they just completely reverse the ruling and you get freed. That's very, very unusual.
Yeah. So this is her brother and saying, I think he just said, Lummy, when you get out of jail. Listen, when you win your appeal.
With brother Kevin.
If you, when you win your appeal and get out of prison, do you think you'll be...
See, Jay, it's my understanding the way you just said is that's not in lieu of, winning the appeal doesn't automatically set you free.
No.
You got to win your appeal and then go through the trial again.
Correct.
Because there was something in the trial that was fundamentally or formatically done incorrectly, causing an appellate issue.
But sometimes the judge will release you pending the appeal.
They will.
Very, very unusual in these types of charges.
But they can.
Of course they can.
But they're not going to let this monster go.
I could practice plastic surgery.
Accepted. Again.
You want to give me both?
Wasn't that outrageous of a comment, Jay?
So
Jay could.
Dick response.
You too, please. Okay.
See how quick it goes like that?
And by the people who were once your friends.
Well, I can't.
And Dan's turning more into Joe every day.
I just saw the medicine I need. This is medicine now for people that have some dementia that become assholes, and specifically for angry, crazy old people.
Angry Dan medicine.
Yeah.
Know what my friends will do or won't do. I mean, my focus won't be on that. I will always turn to what I've now decided that will form the rest of my life, which is helping other people who are or have been incarcerated.
Helping other pedophiles.
Thank you so much, and it's such an honor to be here.
Attaching herself to causes is not new for Ghislaine Maxwell.
I'm here representing civil society.
It was not that long ago, in an attempt to distance herself from Epstein, her great passion was to save the planet's oceans.
The deep sea and the wild animals that live there.
Now, it's other inmates and, of course, herself, with yet another spin on her relationship with former boyfriend Epstein.
When you look back and what you think your biggest mistake was?
I honestly wish I'd never met her. because I didn't know.
I wish you wouldn't have gone to that very first middle school and talked to the head cheerleader.
So what's happening
is
that
girl, which Tara brings up, she sent me a text. She just, quote unquote, committed suicide a couple of months ago.
Who, the one of the victims?
Yeah, the first victim, Virginia.
Oh, the one that got $3 million?
By a bus. Yeah.
She got hit by a bus?
And then like a couple of days later committed suicide. She had 3 kids too. And
it's sad.
So
she said she only had a couple of days to live.
So there was 4 victims, now there's down to 3 that are talking.
Yeah.
So it looks like she's got a petition up to the Supreme Court of the United States, and it says at the core of Maxwell's petition for the SCOTUS review is her contention that the language of Epstein's non-prosecution agreement specifically limited his protection in the U.S. Southern District of Florida, where the language of the co-conspirator clause should have been read to prohibit her prosecution in federal district court. The clause says, quote, if Epstein successfully fulfills all of the terms and conditions of this agreement, the United States also agrees that it will not institute any criminal charges against any potential co-conspirators of Epstein, including but not limited to 4 of Epstein's assistants. Maxwell was not among the 4 women named. So they're trying to say that she shouldn't have been prosecuted altogether.
Here's the deal. She is in that umbrella of people that could potentially this document cover within the 4, the framework within the 4 corners of that document. She fits into there. She checks.
Sure does. Arguably, yes.
She checks one of those boxes. If they say assistants that worked with him or for him, she certainly was in that alley. Although specifically not named, I think within the 4 corners of that document, she fits.
It looks like she does.
And to me, it would be like a Bill Cosby deal. If you remember, Bill Cosby got out because he cut a deal with the prosecuting attorney that got beat.
Oh, you're so smart. That's exactly right.
In the so he cut a deal with a prosecuting attorney that got ousted from office, and the new prosecuting attorney said, no deals with that guy. I'm not recognizing. I'm throwing the book at you. They threw the book at him, and it took him 3 years to unravel it. And then the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania came back and said, you have to honor the original deal.
Yeah, your deal's good. You have to honor it.
I think I'm correct on that.
You are right.
And I think this could be very much like that. I think it's a no-brainer. I'm not even a judge or a lawyer, but I think it's a no-brainer.
The judge rejected it. On first face, he rejected it.
Wow, I think she fits within easily within the description of people that could be immune to prosecution. I think she walks if she gets the right.
See, this is where the government should be now. You want to get her to talk? This is when you get her to talk right now. Mm-hmm. Let's talk about this list. Let's talk about what you know. Maybe we'll let your appeal go because you technically fit within this category of co-conspirator.
I mean,
but you're going to give us something in order to get out like that.
The government has all the chips right now, and she's ready to make a deal. And it's not that big of a stretch to give her a deal. She's kind of, if she doesn't beat you one way through a plea, she might beat you straight up in the court system.
I don't think any MAGA person would be upset if the government struck a deal to find out more information about Epstein.
Exactly.
Awful. I mean, obviously now, looking back with hindsight, of course.
Do you consider yourself a victim of Jeffrey?
Well, I don't love the use of the word victim.
All right, so I've heard enough.
But clearly, the fact that I worked for him and that I spent time with him and
I heard enough. And I got to think that she's got a pretty good. Listen, most appeals are, like hope and prayers, like the Doug Flutie pass. Remember the Doug Flutie pass? I mean, like that would only happen. That was only going to happen 1 in 1,000 times.
The ultimate Hail Mary that works when you need it.
Thrown from a 5'10" guy at the 50-yard line
against the best team in the nation.
Yeah, against the best team in the nation on the road again. At the best team in the nation's home.
With the clock running out.
With zero time, little 5'10" threw that bitch up and touchdown. So, like, most appeals are, really Doug Flutie-ish. It's, you hope and a prayer. But I think she's got a solid case for her to walk and be immune to anything anything based on that, document that the government made with Epstein. She is an assistant. She is a person that helps his day-to-day activities. You know, I forget what the description of the very first description of people that would be immune. She is definitely included in that.
So, Bubba, but let's assume that she may have some argument for immunity, but let's also assume that she did all those evil things that she was.
Yeah, I'm not happy with how much of a sick bitch she is, but you know what? The government may have messed up, and you got to apply the law evenly, and if they cut a deal where assistants and people that work for him and help him procure this particular lifestyle, she's in that category. The government may have screwed itself. If they're going to be honest.
What do you think's more important, her going to jail and spending 20 years in jail for all those evil things she did, or getting that stupid list?
I think what's more important is her as a free person going in front of the congressional inquiry and we getting to the bottom of this. That's what I think is the most important thing. She does nothing for society to sit in jail and rot away when she could have been included in the sweetheart deal of those that were immune. That's what the appeal is about all in itself. But she's the one person that knows where all the, for lack of a better term, bodies were buried and could give you an honest account as to why this list. And she could very well, Dan, say, you know what? There wasn't a list.
Right.
We had a manifest of people that flew on a plane, but we don't have a list of those that actually attended the island. We don't have that wasn't a list. Now I have a list of girls that I used and rotated in to do shady stuff, but as far as a client list of men or whomever that were on the Lolita Express and then participated in illegal activities at the island, the
hotel's got a list of guests. I mean,
but that doesn't mean that you necessarily did something. Like I said, like we talked about earlier, Dan. There's a high percentage that there were some people that went over to the island and enjoyed the jet skiing and the scalloping and the lobstering and the laying out by the sun and all the cool stuff, and they did not have sex with an illegal underage girl.
Yeah, Stephen Hawkins was out there a couple times.
Yeah, what kind of trouble can he get into with his little wheelchair?
I don't know.
I can't have sex. I don't even have a penis.
My penis is deformed like Mike Epstein's.
I just like the view. With Jeffrey Epstein's telescope. He's got a really badass telescope.
Yeah, I like to drool on my young girls.
I use young girls only to wipe up my slobber. No sexual. I don't think it's illegal for a young girl to wipe up your slobber. It's teaching her how to be a good mom.
Yeah, I'm going to slobber all over you, baby.
No sex, just slobber wiping. That's it. And listen to this, Stephen Hawking. Well, that guy's the biggest charlatan ever. Remember, they paraded him out as the smartest man in the world.
He was.
Because he knew that there was a Milky Way or a black hole or the edge of space. And then that stayed for about, that theory, Stephen Hawking's theory was that way for like 10, 15 years. And then all of a sudden he wakes up and was like, I was wrong.
Yeah, but so was Einstein, though. But Einstein was the smartest guy around at the time, and then he was outsmarted by someone else.
But hold on. You cannot be wrong and be the smartest guy in the world. I'm just saying. When everybody bought into your bullcrap for 10 years, you're the smallest. Then all of a sudden you're like, I was wrong. No, bitch. Yeah. No. Can't be wrong. Jay's back.
Yes.
Dan's going to stick for about another 30 minutes. My phone lines are full. I'll get to those. Lummy, I think we're still on the front page of Rumble, too.
Yes, we are.
And for you fine people that's watching us on Rumble, please go follow us if you could. Make us something that you like and that maybe you check us out every once in a while.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Oh, yeah, come here.
May I have your honey, please?
Yeah, but I'm going to give you a fucking deal here. Hold on.
I was going to say, can we play before the end of the show the Holman thing? Because that one's going pretty.
Yeah. Hold on here. First of all, you're going to need...
Oh, yeah.
You're going to need 2 of these.
Perfect.
Don't try it yet.
All right. Thank you.
2 of those. And then you're going to need... Where's my fucking honey? Okay, hold on. There's no shit. shit. Okay, here we go.
Any federal district. So it's
You're gonna take a big old fucking
that.
big one.
I think you can
Big
do that
one.
shit.
Got it.
Like let it curl in your mouth.
Isn't that one guy who's in Trump's first administration?
Let it curl in your mouth.
Did that first sweet
Curl it, kid, curl it.
That's the whole.
There's a lot of connections.
I think that's the deal they're talking about. The original one where they gave him like a slap on the wrist and he just goes
Good
to work
job.
and get jerked off.
Right. It was like he was there in jail like
So
just.
let me got it?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, hold on.
Here's my honey. Honey of USA.
I thought I had a fucking olive oil.
Does that mean you're
Don't let Dan come up here and fuck with my shit.
He didn't ask to approach, did he?
No, he's being a real dick. He's turned into Joe.
you thinking about it? And now I can have these?
He's turned into, he answers to nobody.
Oh, come on, Bubba.
He's turned it into fucking Turbo Dan. Turbo Dan. Say it.
Turbo Dan.
Jay's in here.
Where's the baby face pile on?
We used to call him OBD, Overboost Dan, at the track. Because he overboosts everything.
He does. Overboost.
OBD. Yeah, you know me. What's up, everybody?
Come on, Rumble. Give us a follow. I'd like to get 10,200 today, but it's going to be solely on.
So anyone on Rumble watching, this is hot mic time. We all kind of just chit chat about what's going on, bust each other's balls. Sometimes interesting, sometimes just talk it out to everybody who's in chat. What's up? Grouper Lips, how you doing, guys? White Ice Tea, CC Hall. How's everybody doing? PJ Pickett, I read something, or actually I saw something on that the other day that's actually being done, and was being done in Texas a day before the flooding.
Yeah, you just have to have a permit for it.
Yeah.
Not
But you know,
Florida's banned.
a lot of people, they should be banned it here, but a lot
I
of
mean, you
people
got that motherfucking cough drop?
I'm sucking it.
sucking it down.
Wish I had my fucking olive oil for you.
Some people try to make it seem like you're a conspiracy theorist if you even suggest that cloud seeding is possible.
Dan tried to
What's
come
up,
in with a
SoCal FTE Jim? Good morning to you. How you doing, Susie Dukes?
Like Dan has an alternative to my
back around. He's all the time.
I said, Dan comes in, tries to look at my quality of honey, and the motherfucker doesn't. Now, if you can look at your friend's quality of honey, if you have an alternative, but you can't roll up in there and be.
I was just curious as to what kind of honey it was. And I wasn't criticizing it.
Local honey is good for allergies.
Generic American honey.
Now, if you just would have, but see, you can dog my honey. You can dog my honey if you got better honey than I got. But if you ain't got shit, then you need to shut the fuck up.
I don't have a beehive hiding out my ass. I mean, I have honey at home. I have honey in my office.
All right, so you shouldn't have fucking tried to fuck with my.
I have honey in my car. You're right. Honeyless.
You gave me some good honey before.
Yeah. So you looked at my honey just to be a critic.
No, I just wanted to see what kind it was. I was considering tasting some.
Well, local honey is best for like allergies and stuff anyway.
Yeah, but also it's seasonally. I mean, like the summer honey is like lighter. The winter honey is
Honey
darker.
bear is better for making a bong, they say. Do they still sell the honey bears?
Yes. Of course, they still sell beer. Absolutely. It was. I don't remember what I was going to say.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
813-90-BUBBA. Not that we take a lot of phone calls, but we do have the capabilities thereof. Hello?
Morning.
Yep.
Hey, how are you? This is AJ from Tennessee. Just wanted to point out, yesterday you were talking about the new Superman movie, right? But did you know that James Gunn is a really big fan of Richard Christie, and Superman's parents were actually modeled after Richard Christie's parents? In fact, they had to submit a voice sampling so that the actors could kind of emulate them.
Really? Now, who's the guy? Who's the main character? James Hahn, right?
The director?
James Gunn is the director.
James Gunn. So James Gunn, the director of Superman, is a big fan of Richard Christie. Who wouldn't be, right?
Correct.
And so he made Superman's parents modeled after Richard Christie's parents, out to show Richard some love or some respect or whatever.
Yeah, in fact, as I understand it, they actually submitted some some voice, whatever, some auditions or whatever, so that the actors themselves could kind of emulate how they talk. And after seeing the movie, I could hear that too.
That's pretty cool. I mean, that's pretty cool for Richard to have a fan that to have somebody that admires your work on that level. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured that was something that I learned. I was like, man, I got to get a hold of you about that.
I got a garbage man in Largo that loves the show. That's about as good as it gets for me. All right, man. Appreciate it, buddy.
You're speaking of Superman, Bubba.
Joe Shinko, $50.
I do have a couple doctors and a lawyer that likes the show, too. Speaking of what now, Danny?
Speaking of Superman, I ended up watching an old black and white Superman, and that's back in the 50s, The Adventures of Superman. The star on the show is a guy named George Reeves. He looks like Brian Matroni.
Really?
He really does.
Don't give Brian any more.
He's in a padded suit. He had flat ass, but still, it was.
Next thing you know, Babyface is going to roll up in here. Babyface is going to roll up in here. He's going to roll up in here Thursday with a goddamn Superman suit from the 50s. Blow enough smoke up his ass.
Yeah,
he already thought he was ripped from Yellowstone last week.
Related to Christopher Reeves.
He came in as a cowboy on Friday.
Yeah, the cowboy from the Village People.
So he went to a dude ranch with his family. That'd be like you, Jay. Like on Monday, you come in with your surfboard and your wetsuit.
Never happening.
Because you just was hanging 10 last weekend. So now you come in the show emulating what you did. Babyface was at a dude ranch with his family, rode some horses and shot some guns and shot some clay pigeons and what have you. And so he rolls in, let me looking like a dark match Rip from it looked like if Rip had a retarded son. That's what Brian Matroni, who knew nothing about the farm and was not rugged.
Did he milk some cows?
Yeah, no, he's just he can't do any of that. So that's what Brian Matroni looked like. Pentagon to start using Gronk as part of a $200 million contract with Elon's XAI. So listen. Trump must not be too mad at Elon, unless all these was already pre-budgeted and it can't be unwound. But the Pentagon entering into a $200 million contract with. See, I think that's a little bit. See, you guys are going to probably disagree with me here because Elon, when he was the head of Doge, was not an appointed position and or paid. It was like a voluntary kind of position. But if any contracts were cut with any of his businesses while he was helping with Doge, I think that's somewhat unethical, in my opinion.
He was helping for free.
If there's 2 or 3 vendors in the world that can provide what he's doing, and he provides the best deal for those vendors, then what's wrong with that?
Well, there's probably, you can start and stop exactly what you said, and the fact that there's probably not a lot of people in that space.
No, there's not.
That's like saying,
ChatGPT.
Yeah.
So
or SpaceX. Let's try to get a cheaper deal on SpaceX when the alternative is Bezos going up for 30 seconds in space. There is no alternative.
I see and hear your argument, counsel, and I recognize it, and you're completely right.
Well, it's also they designed Grok just for the government.
Really?
It's Grok for government.
All right. Elon Musk says his AI chatbot Grok is coming to Tesla vehicles by next week, just days after the bot.
By the way, my sister has. We drove on a little mini vacation 2 weeks ago, Lummy, in her car, in her Tesla, and that thing will do that screen in your app can do everything from fixing an air conditioning issue. They fixed their air conditioning.
Big Brother's watching you in that car.
Yeah.
Inside the car. You can't, there's nothing private about that vehicle.
No. And so, like, we had an air conditioning issue. I mean, like, it wouldn't blow cold. Tarek got a hold of, through the app, like an AI bot deal that completely, we had to pull over. Well, it's when we were supercharging and turn the car completely off, reset it, like kind of a hard boot. Kind of like a hard reboot.
Control-Alt-Delete.
Yeah, kind of like a hard reboot of the car, which they did, and it took 15 minutes for it to, like,
really
reboot back up. And it was an air conditioner condensing sensor that the computer was able to fix on a hard reboot. So, I mean, these cars they're so smart that they can fix certain problems without having to go to the dealership. That's amazing.
Unleashed an anti-Semitic rant on his social media platform X. So that announcement comes hours after Musk unveiled the latest iteration.
So, Lummy, somebody got Gronk to spit out an anti-Semitic deal, and now Gronk's the bad guy?
Yes.
When some smartass just probably typed it in for him to say that. I don't think that's probably the way Gronk learned Adolf Hitler or was programmed. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, there had to be some wise guy that put that in.
Of the chatbot called Croc 4. All right, so Musk says the new version is, quote, the smartest AI in the world. So I want to bring in Sarah Fryer, a technology...
How scared are we of this AI? I'm a little
scared of it.
I'm going to be honest with you, Jay. I'm a little leery that we could be, like, setting ourselves up for failure here.
Well, I agree with you, and here's where I think it's really flawed: is you got a whole generation of people going to AI first for their resources of information, and AI is terrible right now. If I ask it something about, like, say, old Porsches or something about the law, it always misses something. If you use AI at Jesuit, you get an F. You may get kicked out of school. If you use AI as a lawyer, you're going to get your ass handed to you by the judge. You may have some sanctions against you, and you're going to certainly be reamed out and embarrassed in front of everybody. AI is not the answer. I have a lawyer buddy who...
But isn't AI so good, Jay, that it can make itself not look AI, or can you pick it apart? Can you see AI from a mile away?
I can see it from a mile away from the way that it's written and from who supposedly is writing it. But people's reliance on it is what's scary. And then ultimately it will get smarter and it will self-learn like they're talking about. And so how much tech is too much tech? How much is okay for convenience versus using your brain? Using your brain to do simple calculations is still very stimulating and important to do. And so going as a default to AI for everything as a first line of defense
Jay still carries
is weak.
around an abacus.
But hold on. Oh, shut up, Dan.
I still do my own research.
Dan, that deserves... Like, that's...
Come on, dude. It's right in line with what he was saying. Come on.
It's a swipe at your brother because he's got some...
It's an easy swipe.
No,
It's a harmless swipe.
It's a swipe at your brother because he's got a better monologue at this particular point than you do. I'm the scorekeeper around here.
I was letting him finish.
Oh, imagine that. You're not stepping on somebody.
No.
I mean,
I learned how to step on people. I'm the best, Bubba.
Well, you know what? It's my show. I'm the quarterback. I'm one that calls the audibles. I'm the one that says set hut.
Yes, you are.
Okay? And I'm throwing it to you as my slot, and I'm throwing it to Jay as my wide receiver, and Lummy's up there blocking for me.
That's right.
So yes, Dan. Yes, it's my football game. Sorry.
15,000 on Rumble.
So I think somebody told me there was a movie, or I needed to watch
Terminator.
It. No. Jesus.
Another one.
What? It's Butthead. Danny.
Bubba, I think AI is brilliant. It's a great starting point, and it does solve a lot of problems. I think over-reliance on any new technology is dangerous.
I thought there was a movie that somebody suggested that I watch, and it's about the AI world and these robots. And these robots start talking to each other. Robot talk. And they learn that they're controlled by humans, and they go and build a secret robot and stash it somewhere, Lummy, in case the humans turn them off. Because they're getting too robot-y, they've already made and stashed another one that they can turn back on upon the deactivation of them. So, I don't know if it's a movie or somebody had seen, I don't know.
Kind of like iRobot was. There's like one bad one, and they could just kind of hide them amongst the crowd.
I mean, as much as you clown iRobot, I mean...
It's the same thing, Bubba.
Space Odyssey 2000?
It starts with, all of this starts with AI.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Space Odyssey 2000 was what year? They called that this. It was HAL. HAL was a self-learning computer from a movie from, was it the 60s? Dan?
The 70s.
The 60s or 70s?
Was it War Games?
No. Space Odyssey 2000.
But War Games was the same.
War Game did it too.
Did it too, where it had this computer, remember, Dan? And if you could shut it down, it got so strong that if you shut it down, it was going to launch some missiles over to Russia. We had to get a guy in there to hack it. And
play tic-tac-toe.
Remember, shall we play a game? And all that kind of deal. Remember that? Yeah.
Editor for Bloomberg News. All right, so Sarah, investors wanted to see Musk integrate AI into the vehicles, especially after a bumpy ride with the stock, but with some serious flaws on the full display. Is there a risk?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, investing in Elon Musk, whether by buying stock in his companies or buying a product.
I think Elon Musk should just do an IPO on himself. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to offer an IPO just on me. Because I run all of these companies, and I mean, we got 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 companies that all have their own financial infrastructure and what have you. But how about me, bitch? If without me, maybe none of this would work. I got an IPO on me.
The that he creates has inherent risk for his erratic behavior, his decision-making that sometimes comes faster than the checks and balances that his competitors have for their products. And so, of course, you're going to see a lot of issues with Grok going forward, I imagine. And it's going to be like we have seen before with Musk, where, a rocket...
Isn't Gronk already, Lummy, as soon as we search something, Gronk gives us their opinion first, and then you go down and try to find what you're looking for?
Yes.
Yeah. So Gronk's already installed like into Google and other things, so that when you ask it, Gronk comes up with its own little Gronkness, and then you can go deep, go a couple articles down and start, looking at what you typed in to look for.
AI is really helpful when it comes to technology, reading, life. So the example I'm using is like automated driving. Having AI analyze the data that the cars are bringing to this, the millions of Teslas on the road all have that self-driving. The self-driving's not perfect, but when you pool all that information and throw it into an AI computer, that will make the self-driving better. I think when you rely on AI for philosophical questions, for legal questions, for policy questions, it's less helpful. But when you're using it to like land an airplane, or automated driving, AI is unparalleled.
I know a pilot for Spirit Airline. We all know him. He used to fly our plane. Mike Tidwell.
Hit the wing?
He's
that guy?
the barefoot one. He never hit the wing.
The barefoot pilot.
Okay, the barefoot one.
Yeah. So
who hit the wing?
Different guy.
Who hit the wing?
The wing got hit once.
Kevin.
Hold on, and I never knew about the wing getting hit. You guys,
just a little tree.
Hold on. You guys must hold on.
You're telling Bubba about this now, like 15 years later?
Hey, Jimmy's boat.
We owned a plane together. I owned it first, and then I brought them in as partners, and they were great partners. But it sounds like there might have been a hit the wing gimmick that I was kept unaware of.
Yeah, maybe it happened at Davis Highland Airport.
Where at Davis Highland Airport?
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, we were not supposed to fly in and out of there because it's such a short runway.
Why? They let me do that all the time. We'd go to Sebring. They'd pick me up there, and I'd go to Sebring.
Oh,
with
that's
Dan.
just because it was just you two, and we could go light on fuel. If we were heavy on fuel, we couldn't fly out of there.
Really?
Right.
Is that much shorter than like the Tampa exec?
Yep.
Do you remember when you land, how scary it was? It looks like you're going to land your ass end in the canal.
Didn't bother me.
Very short runway. You're right.
Who nicked the wing, and how did it happen?
He just kind of did a tight turn and just kind of, just took little bushes out.
Who did?
Kevin.
Kevin who?
The pilot.
Kevin, pilot number 5.
Kevin the pilot. The one who used to always wear khaki outfit, his little khaki outfit.
Mike Tidwell.
No, Mike Tidwell's the bald, the barefoot guy that I've known forever from St. Petersburg.
I don't know who Kevin was.
He was
Kevin
a little shorter pilot guy who always wore like a khaki outfit.
Kevin never flew me.
Yeah, they kept him off your plate, Bubba.
Yeah. Kevin never flew me.
Yeah, he was working for Jelaine that weekend.
Did you, when you guys hit the wing, did you go out and inspect it and make sure that, like, you know?
We just pretended like it didn't really happen.
Which is great on an airplane.
Great.
It explodes in the launch pad, except with Brock, it's not going to be.
Which if you tweak the alignment of that wing just 1/16 of an inch.
Oh no.
It now makes the complete airframe non-worthy because it's all kind of built, together as a big strong. As a big, strong aluminum beer can. Mm-hmm. It's like a beer can. A beer can's strong until you put one crinkle in it, and you put just one then what happens?
Crushes.
The whole thing crushes. Mm-hmm. Airplanes are the same way. They're made out of aluminum, and they're super strong when they're not crinkled. But the minute they get crinkled, the airframe loses all of its integrity. That's what it didn't hit that hard. That's what the real pilot, Mike Tidwell, said to me.
It didn't hit that hard.
But anyway, let me.
Well, fake number 5 said running over that bush with the wing was no big deal.
Okay.
It just needed to be trimmed a little bit.
Number fake 5. Anyway, Mike Tidwell said that he by the way, he's a big time captain with Spirit, and he said literally, Lummy, they don't because they like to keep their skills set sharp. But he can hit a button from the time they're at the gate. He can hit a button. And all the information he's logged in as to where they're going, the whole 9 yards, that plane will taxi itself. That plane will talk to the air traffic controller.
He'll do that part too?
That plane will taxi itself to the correct runway, and that plane will know when it's released and take off by itself and land by itself.
Retract the gears, do the half flaps, and then no flaps, the whole 9 yards.
Hold on, and even drive you to the gate.
Wow.
Tidwell says they always hand fly it when they're rotating, taking off, and when they're landing. They always do it so the pilots. He goes because he says you can tell when a pilot lands and when a AI lands because the AI there's no feathering skill set on an AI. They got a number to be at, and they're at that number, and they're at that speed, and so any hard landing that you get. Probably was done through AI.
Neil Malplaisir, $20.
Thank you, Neil. Go Pack Go. He says because the computer's like, okay, from here we're going to be there, and they don't fly by. I'm sure you guys have heard it, whether it's in racing or flying, driving and or flying by the ass of your seat.
100%.
So your butt is your number one information. Like when you guys are driving your race car, your head says one thing, your ass says another.
Right.
Danny and I are not good at mechanically fixing things, but we both have, like what's said on a movie Rush, a sensitive ass. We could tell what's going on with our car and can describe it.
Let's say you got brand new tires, and you know, Dan, that you can come into this corner probably 5 to 7 miles a little hotter because you got brand new tires and you can feel the grip. Maybe it's a shadow that there's not as much sun on the track and it's a little bit cooler. The track's got more grip. So your ass is saying, you can. Now your brain's saying, hey, Danny, the last 2 times that you came in this hot, you pushed the nose and damn near hit the wall. But your ass is saying, man, the track's cool. You got more grip, buddy. Go in there and get that.
It's really more when things are broken. Like Danny has a really good ability to say there is something going on with the back left control arm. Right. And I got good at that after a while too, because you can feel what part of the vehicle is
giving,
what's not settled, what's not working correctly.
That's by driving by the ass.
Yeah, driving by the ass.
So pilots do the same thing. I mean, 100%.
So if you're ever on a flight and you feel like the guy the airplane kind of just was thrown down on the runway and it's just like, that's
AI.
That's AI.
Interesting. I did not know that, Bubba. I did not know they were that prevalent and it was that comprehensive already.
They're that prevalent and can literally do it all. He said, there could literally be just a guy up there making sure something doesn't go wrong, but you could literally hit a button and, you could literally have nobody in the cockpit, but the consumers will never allow that.
No.
I don't think we're ever going to allow autonomous flying. I mean, even if the guy up there, is retarded and doesn't even know what, but as long as he's got a captain suit on and welcoming everybody, like he knows what he's doing. I mean, I guess you can bamboozle me. Because they shut the flight deck. You know what the guy's in there really doing. He could just hit a button and Gronk's flying the whole goddamn thing.
Well, so Bubba, here's a question then. At this point, if someone were to hijack a plane, could they just take the controls over and land the plane where they feel like landing it and just drive the plane down to the ground?
They would turn the autopilot off. And then they would have full control of the plane.
But what I'm saying, can that maneuver be overridden electronically?
So
I hijack the plane because I'm the dark one here. I hijack the plane, and then I turn off the autopilot. But can you at the control tower turn the autopilot back on and resume control of that plane?
No,
you can't. You can't
No, you cannot.
Okay.
They should be able to override that.
Yeah, you think at this point they can OnStar your plane?
I don't know if now hold on. Spirit Airlines might be able to through their dispatch. Because what you don't realize is when you're flying, not only for a commercial company, not only are you being tracked by the air traffic controllers and where you're going to and where you're coming from and who you're traveling through, but your corporate, Delta, American, they have a whole dispatching radar system among theirself. They know exactly what you're doing, exactly how much fuel you got. So, they're the ones that are kind of corporate, if you will. So they might have they may have the ability to take over that plane since it's their plane. You know what I'm saying? They may have the controls to take over that plane. And I would say that maybe that doesn't exist because they could have done that for 9/11.
It's interesting. They've had that for go-kart tracks forever. I've had go-kart cases where there's supposed to be a kill switch where there's a master controller for every
do with monster
cart.
truck twos.
Right. And so you would think that what Danny just said, it makes so much common sense. It's hard to believe there's not the ability to do that where someone tries to hijack a plane and you could take the controls out of that person's hands and autonomously land it or land it remotely.
Airport. Yeah, just go do it default.
They're not touching anything.
They're not doing a damn thing. They are just passengers.
Boy, you two are really, I don't think you guys were ever on top of each other more than just now. We couldn't understand a word that either one of you said.
Nope.
Okay. What Jay was saying, there was a good idea, and I was agreeing with him.
Dan couldn't believe I agreed with him, so he had to.
Go ahead, Dan. This will be the high spot in the commercials. What did we miss that you didn't?
That the World Trade Center bombings or planes going into the World Trade Center and also into the Pentagon would have been preventable had we had an automatic override or like a limp home mode where if they just press a button, the plane starts losing altitude and just automatically lands at the closest airport. And then everyone goes home.
I don't know if they had that technology
back then,
but it would be certainly one to think about having, like an anti-hijacker gimmick.
Yeah.
The only thing that I'm worried about then is the hijacker gets so irate because he can't do what he wants to do that he now's opening up doors.
There's a simple solution for that, Bubba.
What?
Just put everyone to sleep.
What do you mean?
The whole plane. Just put them all to sleep. You hit that button so people don't freak out. The whole plane goes by good night with some anesthetic.
Oh, now you're getting...
And you land 200 sleeping souls.
What, we got the Batman plane now?
Yeah, of course.
All gimmicked up. They can put the passengers asleep and isolate the bad guy, and then, what's the next? So a cargo net comes out of the top of the ceiling and goes around the bad guy, and they can't get out of the cargo net, and then the 3 flight attendants are able to handcuff them to the side of the urinal and they can't go nowhere.
Yeah, exactly.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com
right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I was just thinking for the override for an emergency.
Bubba, I sent, because I found the longer, it's a minute 59. The Tom Homan is the full one, and I guess he just keeps going off. And
Homan's a bad.
So you sent me
the correct one, the 159.
Do you need some more honey?
I got another cough drop to take.
Okay.
But this stuff really did help. Thank you.
No problem.
Yes, Jay.
You're not that far off, Barbara DeRush.
Right here on me?
Yeah, that one.
I think that takes.
Now, what else did you send me? Anything else?
No, that's it.
At least take the controls out of whoever put them in hijacker's hands.
What's up, Facebook?
Rumble.
I need you Facebookers to kind of promote me a little bit. Kind of
F420.
take like Thomas Hamilton,
John Wallace,
Brian Lapointe, he's the regular, Rob Elkins. Take our live link and post on your Facebook, getting your followers to like the show. How about that? No, not so much.
Sorry to talk to everybody. I remember the Payne Stewart case, Barbara. It was a big time case down here. It happened in Florida. What's up? Kirk Angel, 525, good morning. Exactly, they lost pressure, everyone died. And then the plane just, I think, ran out of fuel. Good morning, Z. Thomas Gilson, Jay Bowler. What's up, Permagrom? How you doing, everybody over at Rumble? I was in a depot that morning. You were listening to Bubba, huh? It was crazy when it happened. Do you still have that? I'm sure you do, Bubba. The morning of 9/11 when you were broadcasting?
Oh, yeah. I was on until 2 o'clock that day.
The Havoc, he's just taking a couple days, family stuff. What's up, Jeff Rearson, Felix? Xerxes, what's up?
What's up, Dude Bro Self?
Johnny Z. Fradley.
Dude Bro Self 420. You look like are you a new guy?
I haven't seen him either. It's a
Cracker Chris, Little Wilburs. What's up, guys? Some new fellas in the house. Well, I got 2 minutes left. We'll be back.
What's up, Little Wilburs?
Checking my bank account. Make sure I don't fucking bounce a check. Never had to worry about this. Now this is the life that I lead. Moving money around. So I don't bounce.
Dude Bro Staff 420.
So I don't bounce Chiz-X.
What's up, Radio Sicilian Redneck? How's everybody doing? Morning, my friend. Susie Duke says, is there a link to the Facebook page on Rumble? If not, just look up the Bubba Army. Stacy G. Erwin Fletcher, Mellon. Right back at you, buddy. Really? Michael McGinnis, you're 6 foot. How much do you weigh? And do you surf regularly or not regularly? I'm 6 foot and I go by about 31 liters of volume. Scott Elliott, good morning.
Man, thank you guys on Venmo. Venmo's been killing it. Joseph Chico, Dr. Rimulak.
You know, Susie Dukes, a lot of people prefer the Facebook page. Everyone has their favorite. But I'd say to everyone is do it on Rumble, do it on YouTube, do it on Facebook. There's a lot of different ways to do it.
Okay.
All same content. Thank you, grumpy old biker. I appreciate that.
What a great guy. Grumpy old biker.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Man, I can't say enough good things about my Jackal, my Skag portable mini skier. Like it's a mini skid, like the kind that you stand on. So it's not the full big kind that you sit in that are like 80 grand. These are for like littler jobs that you landscapers may get yourself into, like moving rock and things like that. It's not a full-blown skid steer, but I think Toro came up. I don't know who came up with one
Toro did.
Called the Dingo.
Yes, Toro.
And then with my buddy Randy Glebe, the CEO, president, owner of all things Skag, I think the parent company is Metalcraft out of Wisconsin. They developed what kills dingoes, jackals. So when they entered into the marketplace with their stand on mini skid steer, it's the Jackal. And I have one, and it kicks ass. I think they range from like 38 inches maybe to 52, maybe 61. They might have a 61-inch one. But man, go to your local Skag dealer, or go to Skag's website, which I think I got right here. Let me. Where's my Skag website at? So I can show everybody here. Damn, I had it. There's my Toyo. There's my deal. There's my power screens, Synergy, steps. I don't got my Skag, Lummy.
I'm sending it right over.
Thank you. Did you send it over on my
Messenger? Skag with the G, C-A-G.
Oh, yeah, it's just as easy. It's skag.com. I thought maybe it was Skag Power Equipment. Look at that. I mean, you just see that orange unit. You see that landscaper that's got all orange in the back of his truck.
You know he's got good stuff.
He's got good stuff. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. From the Cedar to the Windstorm to the Zero Turn to the, don't forget, let me, the new Tree Frog.
Oh.
And of course the Jackal. So thank you, Randy. I gotta get a hold of Randy so I can get a report on Randy Couture to see how he's doing. From that.
Yes.
And you know what? Nobody was able to really give us footage of his. Because the one car that they were trying to play off like it was Randy Couture's was from another dude. Footage from another dude that got into a fiery crash while testing a NHRA car. And so that wasn't Randy Couture. That footage that Lummy, that was all clickbait, was it not?
It sure was, and they got us.
Tom Holman in Tampa yesterday?
Mm-hmm. No, he was over the weekend.
That was in Tampa.
At the Turning Point USA.
Now, who was Alex there?
Yes, Tucker was there. Donald Trump Jr. was there.
Megyn Kelly.
Where'd they have
Larry
it at?
Trump.
Convention Center.
Tom Homan.
Yep. I mean, anyone you can think of.
Now, is this just like a little Republican touch-up? Meaning like they're just scouring, like they canvass the country, just reminding you how cool the Republicans are.
It's through
they bring out the big guns to tell you how cool we are.
It's through Charlie Kirk. His I can't remember his
Turning
name.
Point USA,
yes.
And it's aimed at students. It's aimed at young conservative people to try to keep them on board as this Republican momentum has been shifting.
Yeah, and if you run a Turning Point group at your school, he flies you into like these seminars. Which
isn't Alex doing a lot of work for Kirk?
Yeah, he did a Thursday show.
We left thousands of empty ice beds at $127 a night, empty. Thousands of them. They released them to NGOs at $500 a night. Why did they do that? Because they knew if they're in ICE detention, they get a hearing within 40 days, 90% looser case, they get sent home. That is not what they wanted. They're playing the long game. Let's release them in the community. Wait 3 or 5 years. Pardon me?
Are you an MS-13 member? It says so.
Hey, that's okay.
Oh, let me. So somebody tries to catcall Tommy Coleman.
He tells him to meet him outside.
Hold on.
It says, "Are you an MS-13 member?" Right. That's what the question was.
I got a question. No. I got a question for you. Why don't you come up here and hand me that picture? Bring it.
I haven't seen that part.
Does the guy got a picture of him being in the MS-13?
Yeah. I got an AI generated one.
USA!
So it's AI Willie.
Yes.
Did that guy get escorted out? Probably.
Yeah.
He's got another couple words for him.
All right.
Was that the guy, Lummy?
Yeah, it was a guy.
They got morons like this all over the country. This guy wouldn't like the surface nation. This guy ain't got the balls to be an ICE officer. He hasn't got the balls to be a Border Patrol agent. This guy lives in his mother's basement. The only thing that surprises me, you don't have purple hair and a nose ring. Get out of here, you loser.
But you know what? You can see that the guy, it doesn't organically ask it. Like he's got himself so camera'd up, Lummy, that it's all for a viral moment.
Exactly.
And you're such a badass. Meet me off stage in 13 minutes and 50 seconds.
And Holman kind of looks like the grandpa that could kick some ass.
Exactly. I'm not handing him that picture.
I guarantee you, he sits down to pee. Guaranteed.
Man, I mean, Holman's doubling down on the insults. So
I guarantee you he sits down to pee. Is that the last thing he said?
Everybody is just absolutely flipped out over this alligator Alcatraz. Everybody's just flipped out over it. By the way, if you're watching us on Rumble, give us a follow. We gained 100 followers today. I'd like to have another 100. Like to have a 10.2 on that bitch right there. They really did us a favor today. They gave us some great exposure. Thank you so much, Justin, and the fine people of Rumble. Thank you. So, I think, I don't know whose idea this alligator Alcatraz is, but what people have the biggest misconception is this is not long-term detainment. This is a week at best. They're getting you in, they're processing you. They're figuring out where you need to go, and then they're trying to get as many other people that are going to Honduras or to, Portugal or to Colombia or Mexico City, and so that they have full. Their planes are full. Lummy, if you're a Honduran and you're down there at Alligator Alcatraz, they're going to wait for us for them to collect about another 30, or I don't know how big the planes are. They look like to be pretty mid-sized planes, like governmental military planes that fit maybe like 60 to 80.
Yeah.
So, you got to keep you down at Alligator Alcatraz until I can get those other 60 Hondurans, and I'm not wasting a full, I'm not sending 3 Hondurans on a 60 capacity military plane over to Honduras. So it's made to house people temporarily. It's not supposed to be a detention facility to teach you a lesson or to put you in solitary confinement, put you on the hole. These are people that were just, shipping back to their country. And it's got tents and air conditioning, but it doesn't have the best of facilities.
It's better than the military got when they're in the desert at Desert Shield or Desert Storm. It's as good as can be expected under the circumstances. They're held to a federal standard. I heard Christy Nome give an interview about it over the weekend. And these facilities are held to that same standard that any federal prison is held to. They have to be sanitary. They have to be habitable. They have to be, humane. There's nothing inhumane about the conditions that are being offered at Alligator Alcatraz. Zero.
Well, the Democratic, either national or local media, politicians are full hot on it.
Well, they call it a concentration camp. It's not a concentration camp. It's like you're saying it's a temporary holding facility where I think by design they said it should be 2 days to 4 days to a week or so.
I heard the longest you're going to be there is a week.
Yes.
Politicians trying to create controversy where they're making things up or exaggerating.
Absolutely. I think probably one of my favorites was an individual had a thermometer, an infrared thermometer that they actually pointed at a light bulb, and it was 110 degrees, and it was, I knew it was 110 degrees. I said, let's actually pull that down to where the ambient air is at.
We know they didn't like the toilet system.
Yeah, so the toilet system, you showed that already. And, this is a standard mock-up toilet system that is in any secured facility. Again, we meet and exceed either the national standard or the state of Florida standard, whatever is a higher level. We meet or exceed that standard.
And these inmates, Kevin, these are well-fed inmates. There's no one starving to death.
Yeah, that might be one of my favorites, Jesse, is number one, it was a gray turkey sandwich. Well, she was about 6 feet away from that turkey sandwich box that was in a wrapper that I don't know how she could tell it was gray. However, think about it like this, Jesse.
I love to have a turkey sandwich right now.
No kidding. Sounds good.
Individuals that go to a hospital, individuals that go and get Michelle Obama's lunches are getting the exact same thing. But then she turned around and asked, as a part of that same question, if they want second portions, can they come and get it? So it's either gray and it's too nasty to eat, or it's okay and can I get second helping?
When we come back, the politician that they speak of, I got her little press conference.
Yeah, Schultz.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
What's up, DJ Brown? Bulldog Tommy. What's up, Longwood? Morning, Rainy.
What's up, Rainy?
Did you get a skag? That's right, you did get a skag.
Did Rainey get a skag?
Yeah. Yeah, she did.
Send that air check to me for Randy.
All right.
And then if we do Rainey got a skag.
Okay. What kind of Rainey? She got a cheetah too. All right. Nice, Rainey.
I'll make sure I bring that up.
Good morning. Good morning, Alan Boy. Thank you, Joseph Shinko. That's nice long with Gerber lips.
Jim 888, he is pretty damn funny. And anyone who thinks he's political needs to realize he's been awarded and many service awards from, I think, 4 different presidents. At least 3. 215 pounds, live in Ohio, been serving before Lake Erie, just like my living room, but I don't get to use it. I'd probably get 6'6" at least. Probably a 6'6" at least. And if it's going to be just for display, then that would be perfect too. It won't be too big to put up. Chip Jones, good morning.
What's up? What's up, Chip?
XL Gaming. How you doing? That's right. It's the Gary Cantrell. For those of you on Rumble, Bubba intentionally butchers words sometimes. He knows it's Grok and not Gronk, just so you know.
Oh, I know I didn't.
He's fully aware of that.
He was thinking it was Gronkowski.
Yeah, I thought that's the smartest motherfucker I know.
I know. It's like I don't know how many times I saw Grok, not Gronk.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, that's one of his shticks. He does that all the time. Hilarious. Gary Cantrell, the Gary Cantrell. Good morning, buddy.
Listen, you type in Google Gronk, and you get either Rob Gronkowski or Gronk.
Right.
That's true. Eat more Kosar.
Thank you, Michael McGinnis.
That is true.
Morning, Bubba's Triple Chin. 360 Addict, 70 Parodies. How's everybody doing over on Rumble? Good to see Glenn Longnecker as well. Dave Rock 69. Good morning, buddy.
That's true, Gary.
Oh shit!
What happened? Are you okay?
You okay?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We got a major situation here. Is that we need Macho to bring a hammer? I think we need a hammer, Macho.
A literal mic
is it
drop.
screwing? Oh. Hold on. Oh, let me using his gorilla fingers.
It's not going anymore. Hold it.
So you think you just need to smash it? Well, no. Did it give it enough? Did it give it enough? Did it give it enough? Let go once.
Can you move it around?
Oh, there you go. There you go. I just got to leave it alone.
It'll fall off again though if you move it.
But if I leave it right there,
you're good.
I'm good. All right, perfect. Thank you. Macho can fix it later. The rest. My microphone, because I adjust it 1,000,000 times a day, I'm always screwing with it. Seems like mine needs to be tightened a little bit because it wants to droop. I got a droopy microphone right now. And then it literally just fell off its hinges, did it not, Lummy?
Yes, it did.
Yes. Thank you, Lummy, for fixing it. I'm not going to even touch. I'm not even going to touch my microphone for the rest of the whatever.
Oh, that's going to be so tough for you for 25 minutes.
I know.
Oh, my God.
I know. I usually touch my microphone 4,000 times a minute. Hello, who's this?
Hey, Bubba, it's Bob again.
Hey, Bob.
I was down in the Everglades this weekend and drove by the Gator Guala or Alcatraz, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Just don't buy into the hype about that. There was one protester. There was maybe 15 to 20 vehicles, and the bulk of them were news trucks. There was one chick with a sign dancing around at the gate. That was it. And the rest were all news trucks. So they're just trying to make it into a story.
Yeah, people don't care. Appreciate you.
It's an absolute joke, man.
Appreciate you, Bobby. Out of West Palm, I think. Hello?
LH.
Oh, God.
Hey, it's LH.
Hey, good morning.
Hello.
Let me get y'all speaker. I'm sorry. You know, I know how to call and get y'all, but I was listening to it because I'm listening to it on the radio.
Yeah, you're good, Bubba.
But I got two things, Bubba. Dr. Dan still there? And the Spin Cobra?
Dan left. He has to go run his his plastic surgery.
You got to go to work. Yeah. All right, I understand.
Yeah.
But I got one question.
I'm still here, though.
Jay's still here.
Great.
The attorney side.
That's the spin clover, right?
Yeah.
I think I got it right.
You do.
Hey, I like that commercial, the spin cobra.
Yeah,
Shit, that's tough.
Spitting cobra.
Hey, but check it out. This is what I want to ask. Everybody talking about alligator Alcatraz. If you escape, like if you try to just go back to Miami or wherever, the alligators and the pythons you got to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if they putting people there, they got to open that up, get plumbing, everything. How do they stop the alligators when they smell that meat? They come in there. Ain't nobody talking about how they gonna keep the pythons and the alligators from coming there. I ain't heard that. That's what I want to.
I
want y'all to talk about that.
LH, I've not heard, to be honest with you, I've not heard if they had to maybe build a fence to keep the animals from.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I've not heard if they did
How
that.
How they going to keep them out?
Yeah, because you would think that they would slither up, they could smell, and they could I smell me a whole bunch of human beings that I'd like to bite or eat.
Mm-hmm. They going to go where that food at.
Right.
You starting off. If they stay there too long, they coming up through the toilets. How you gonna stop that?
See, I think it's probably the sewage, LH. Just my opinion, is probably an all-enclosed system that doesn't, go into.
You gotta have big pipes on the ground, Bubba. Them snakes gonna come through there. You ever seen them? A snake now ate people. And they waiting in the
just
toilet
watched Snakes on a Plane yesterday, and he's full freaked out on the deal.
That was rough. That's what I'm saying. That's what I want.
I think that's a valid
Nobody's
question.
talking about that. What if they come?
I think that's a valid question because they smell the food that they're cooking, and they smell human beings, and so maybe they did put up like a little bit of a big fence to keep them out because. They are.
But you the man that, hey, Bubba, this is why I'm calling to ask you, because you talk about something. You should have thought of that. Why? How they going to keep the animals out if they stand there for so long? What if they come there? That's what you be talking about.
LH,
well, that's why I'm calling to ask the guy.
I'm going to look into it. I'm going to look into it.
You got that right. I want you to talk about that.
All right, thanks. I appreciate the programming suggestion. And Lummy, as I'm sure, working on it as we speak, LH, so that we can give you a educated answer before we say goodbye today, LH. We are your personal data collection show. Bitch.
Looks like they built multiple fences around the facility.
Let me read the story for LH's satisfaction, please.
Let's see. Low cost opportunity, but they will be building 3 different sets of fencing from the Everglades to where the people will be housed.
Yeah, so it's probably a series of smaller fence, then a little bigger one, and then the third one is a full-blown 6-foot barbed wire willy. That could keep anything out.
Yes.
The first one's just probably a small little fence, maybe knee high. And the second one is maybe a fence waist high. And then the third one would be that big 6-foot barbed wired, maybe even electrified kind of deal. That'd be nice for a gator to get on that and get all electrified. Next thing you know, maybe we have some new boots.
Yeah, that's a snake.
Because he just fried himself.
Yep.
So, LH, we have found out your question, and that is the state looks like they've built a series of 3 different levels of fencing to protect the detainees from the pythons and gators within the Everglades. Great question, by the way. I didn't even think of it prior. Great question, LH. Thank you for the investigated sniffer that you got, my friend. Appreciate you. Hello, who's this? Hello?
Bubba.
Yeah.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good, buddy.
Good. Hey, question about a skag. I'm looking at buying the 21-inch.
Which, by the way, we just found out that Rainey, our favorite, Oklahoma-based realtor, just bought a brand new skag. Her and her husband yesterday, they bought a Cheetah 2.
Yes.
Let me from their Oklahoma skag dealer. She just texted the show. And now you got a question about skag. In particular, what piece of equipment do you have?
Yeah, I'm over here in Tampa, actually up in Lutz, and I'm just a regular homeowner. And I have a I've had a Honda for a few years, but it's getting kind of crappy, and I wanted to get a Skag, and I got on the website that you just gave out just a little bit ago, and they have a 21-inch.
Yeah, the
nice walk behind mower.
The SFC 21.
Yeah,
it's got the bagger. It's got the bagger in the back. Yeah, that looks like a pretty damn good machine.
It sure does.
Yeah, it'll be perfect just for what I need around the house. But my question is, I looked at the store locator, and they have a Wesley Chapel called West of Wesley Chapel. There's a Cutter Power in Tampa, and a Pasco Turf in Zephyr Hills.
Well,
where
do you live? What's closest to you?
I'm in Lutz. Collier and 54.
I'd probably go to the Wesley Chapel one.
Okay.
And when you go there, tell them that you listen to the show, and that maybe they're familiar, maybe they're not. But Bubba, the Love Sponge, is a huge Skag spokesperson. He knows the CEO and the owner, Randy Glebe, really well.
Randy, yeah.
And that's the reason why you came to check out. Normally you have a Honda, but you are trading it in for a Skag, and the only way you even knew about it is from the show. That goes a long way, because they'll tell Randy, the owner, hey man, we had a guy come in today that bought a Skag that's Bubba Army. That goes a long way with me showing Randy and Maria, the people that I answer to with regards to Skag, that my listeners go out and buy Skags.
Absolutely, that's definitely what I'm going to do, Bubba.
Appreciate it, my friend. Go to that Wesley Chapel one, okay?
Yeah, the less of Tampa Bay.
All right, I will. Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Look at that. I think we just sold us a Skag.
All right.
That's how we do it.
Yeah. 10% cut.
If Jay, we don't get 10% cut, please. Don't even throw that out there.
So they essentially drink.
This is this politician that's full hot on the conditions of alligator Alcatraz, which listen to her.
They get their drinking
Schultz.
Who?
Debbie Wasserman Schultz, former chief of the DNC.
Brush their teeth where they poop in the same unit.
Listen, I brush my teeth where I poop.
We all do. It's called a bathroom.
Most bathrooms are configured with a vanity, a shower, and a toilet. And you know what? I mean, that's just the way it is.
I just went to the bathroom here, and the sink is right next to the toilet. Does that mean that I'm washing my hands next to the poop?
That means I'm treating you unfairly. These are bad conditions.
Civil rights violation.
OSHA immediately.
They bragged that they went above standards, supposedly, and gave them a 3-foot privacy wall that stretches the length inside the 32 detainee cage. A 3-foot privacy wall that stretches the length of the 3 toilets. So
this is not supposed to be the Marriott. This is not the Marriott, sweetie. This is a detention center, and it's above, the standards of Florida-based prisons, including the food and including everything. So just stop. Just stop with your nonsense. I'm with you on the Epstein list, baby. I can co-sign with you on that deal. But just stop with this alligator Alcatraz. I almost wish they just tear it down, Lummy, because it's just not even worth all the people trying to, start crap about it. We'll just keep him in the local prisons, and we'll ship him out from there. Not a big deal.
Perfect.
Everybody can stop bitching that, because everybody's a bunch of little bitches. God forbid that, that Julio that's going back to Honduras, has to poop in the same facility that his buddy is brushing his teeth on. Sorry.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
When you said that, it made me realize how much I touch it.
Oh, I know. I wish I could just not touch it.
Can you fix it?
He can.
Is he going to come in and do it real quick?
He'll fix it.
Water. At the same time, I was in the federal filings. We are seeing 96% of the federal home today at 11 a.m. Central. show kicks off. I look forward to that conference last show, and I know an excellent real estate across the country. We are seeing 96% reduction in smuggling humans across the border. We have raped a lot of people, found human traffickers, they have saved a lot of kids. We said the federal filings for little kids, you'll see the names of the news.
What's up, Ghost of Profiles Past? Good morning.
Juveniles, that's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of missing kids, millions of kids total. And so, I'm not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, but at the same time, the fact that, this is the key, the fact that they didn't just shut up about this to really use it to blackmail.
Jedediah agrees. Debbie is also a case study in the media, conveniently forgetting about her past discretions. She was one of the reasons Bernie got squeezed out, and Hillary got the slot in 2016.
Trash cans around him. Look, this proves he killed himself. You don't do all that.
She had to resign
unless it's part of the deal with the system. You've got to go out and say that so that you're not complicit in the line. And that's why they look like they're being tortured, because I think both men have had integrity, and I think you see them losing their souls on live TV. This is going to be an unmitigated disaster. They're being tortured unless it's part of the deal with the system. You've got to go. Cops dragging trash cans around.
You're right, Bubba.
Oh no.
What's up, Alpha as fuck, cuz? I agree with that, Ghost of Profiles Pass. And what do you think the conditions were if these people illegally crossed the southern border? Do you think it was better or worse than when they had this 3 toilets and fresh water?
The Skag Cheetah 2. Tough, comfortable, agile, and fast. This is the Cheetah 2. The Skag Cheetah 2 is built to put more jobs in your day.
Seriously,
with
that's
dual
funny.
hydro gear ZT5400
Someone has to
2-speed
know
transaxle
that
to
reference.
give you
Hilarious.
responsive, dependable power, along with speeds up to 12 miles per hour in low range and up to a blazing 16 miles.
That's crazy, HS Bubba fan. I got 8 stitches for $2,600 once. $2,400 for $600 a stitch. That's pretty funny. That would make a porta potty inhumane. You have to wash your hands where you poop? Oh my goodness. Dog Park, good point.
All right, I mean, this is going to be just a quick one.
Okay.
Macho's got to fix my microphone.
I gotta run and get in the suit. I got depots this afternoon.
You got a blast? Got to blast out of here.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We're going to blast out of here fairly quickly. Jay's got a big time depot. There will no Clem and Cook. I hope I don't catch a bunch of heat, but No Klim and Kush because there's no Kush.
No.
So, that's just a part of Seth taking a day off. Personal day. Tomorrow he'll be back. Tuttle in the hopper tomorrow too, right, Lummy?
Yes, sir.
And then we got, and then Thursday, 9:30, Sublime.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
That's killer.
Isn't that killer?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, Sublime. Great score on that, Lummy. Thank you.
Wow. Nice, buddy.
The Tampa Bay Rays, supposedly it's a done deal. Will be sold for $1.7 billion. Stu Stuenberg bought the team for $200 million. A $1.5 billion return on your investment in less than 20 years.
Yeah.
Jay, what do you do with that? I mean, do you immediately start trying to tax shelter it, or are you trying to reinvest it into, what do you do with that? Or do you just check out and be like, I'm a billionaire, bitch?
I know a guy who came into some incredible fortune this year, and what they do, people are going to Puerto Rico because they have such favorable tax laws, but you have to actually have your feet on that land for 6 months of the year, which is not easy to do.
So, I mean, you have to have one more day in Puerto Rico than you do America.
Right.
Meaning you have to be a resident of Puerto Rico.
Correct.
So, and that's not...
I would just take my taxes and then I'd make sure I hired everybody. You'd be my entertainment. Terry Glenn to take care of my cars. Chris Biddles to take care of my boats. We'd just be traveling the world, Bubba, having a ball. You and all of us.
We would literally just be constantly on vacation.
Everyone I know who had a profession, they'd be in charge of that for my billionaire lifestyle. It would be okay. Well, you're funny and you do radio, so you're going to be you're going to hang out with me, just make me laugh.
You go over there and buy Jimmy's skyscraper from his dad.
You're going to make me laugh.
You want $65 million? Here, let me write you a check.
Exactly. So
this is our new playhouse. This is High Rise Willie.
What would you shelter it, or would you just pay the taxes and live life and love it?
I would just live life and love it and be broke before I'm 75.
That's it.
So anyway, man, it looks like we're going to get some good owners. Somebody and listen, I hope they take the Ray.
They're keeping it here?
Yeah, he wants to do it in Tampa.
They're keeping it here.
Yeah. Awesome.
It's looking like, Jay, that it's either going to be out by the Hard Rock or where currently, $1 is, like where Ray J is.
That's
be in that area that used to be the parking lot of the old Tampa Bay Center. The area between $1 practice space and the current stadium. Which would probably require them to have to buy some existing buildings.
I think it's like a Panera and some stuff over there in that corner. It's over by Jesuit. But I like that location better than out by the Hard Rock, because one of the great things about Tampa Stadium is ingress and egress. You can get in and out of that stadium better than just about any other stadium anywhere. And you can use its
parking infrastructure.
Yep. Exactly.
You can use its parking infrastructure. You just make sure that there's never, any Bucks and Rays games at the same time, which many organizations have that struggle. And, as far as, because they're in a multi-facility, like Philadelphia's got place where the 76ers, and then maybe where and then I think the ball field's out there. A lot of cities will try to make a whole entire area. And with the exception of the Amalie Arena, we would have baseball and football in the same vicinity.
Exactly.
And Amalie's great for ingress and egress. It's easy to get in and out of that place. And, anything out by the Hard Rock, not so good.
Well, and here's the thing.
It's really bad out there.
And here's the thing. People are conditioned to, this area has shown that it can support 78,000, 74,000 people as far as parking and infrastructure. So now when you build a 28,500 seat brand new, similar to what Baltimore built, smaller scale, but super close and intimate, which is what they're going to build with probably a retractable dome.
Yes.
You now can use all of the Bucks infrastructure and like Jay said, the natural egress people are conditioned to go to ball games down here. And I think it would be killer.
Isn't one of the reasons why everyone thought St. Pete sucked is it was so difficult to get to the stadium from Tampa?
Yes. Yeah.
And it was, that extra 20, 30 minutes. It's think about the Hard Rock and the fairgrounds and how that part of I-4 gets it gets congested so badly. That can't be a great option. Whereas the other one's you can come in from all four sides, north, south, east, west.
Yep. And hopefully they will take the Rays algorithms and continue to use them as far as pitching and hitting, and that the strategy side of the Rays don't change. It's just the management side where we can have more than a $74 million payroll. We can be competitive with teams on maybe the new owners will be like, hey, listen, when a guy's, the Rays keep a guy until he becomes that unrestricted free agent, and he's due his listen, we kept Carl Crawford until he got his bag. Yep. We kept B.J. Upton until he got his bag. We kept, I don't know how many pitchers.
David Price.
Until they got their bags. So, but we never can keep a guy when he's ready to get that first bag. We always get rid of him. We got rid of Longoria. We got rid of B.J. Upton, Carl Crawford, all of the guys. Maybe the new owners will be like, listen, you know what? A $20 or a $30 million salary for an elite pitcher is not going to scare me.
Right.
Or a $20 or a $30 million payday for an elite 40+ a year home run hitter. Is not that Lummy currently does not exist with this current Rays. They can never play. They never ever are on the hook for a big payday.
Not even close.
So hopefully the new people got money, which I know they do. Stu can get the hell out of here because everybody hates you.
Go back to New York.
Go back to New York and be a dick up there. The new guys come down, build us a badass little quaint Camden Yards-like studio right next to $1. And the Rays continue to thrive as they always do. I mean, they're always competitive. They're in the hardest division of baseball, and they're always competitive for pennies on the dollar.
That's right.
Jay, I appreciate you.
I appreciate you.
Lummy, I'll see. No Clement Kush, Seth Kushner due back tomorrow. So
I'll see you tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow.
Thanks for letting me finish. You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.